Good afternoon, regular session mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m., Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, City Hall Complex, council chambers. Call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Vice Mayor, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no implications, nothing? Okay. Called.
If I may, before we proceed, I would just like to go on the record stating that I believe that this meeting is held in violation of the city charter. Our regularly scheduled meeting was supposed to be for April 3rd, which was canceled. I don't know by whom or why, but without council authority. And then proceeding without a city attorney at this point, I think it'll be remiss on our part to continue said meeting. So I just want to go on the record with that.
Thank you. We have a call to a public speaker, Ms. Frances Glad.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
A few years ago, a young lady came into our office. She walked in because there was a rainbow flag on her window. She expressed that she felt that our city does not have enough or anything that where she feels included. So I stand before you today. Hello. I stand before you today to propose a project that symbolizes inclusivity, diversity, and the spirit of our community. We, the Santa Cruz County Democratic Party, are requesting a permission to paint a rainbow crosswalk in our city as a vibrant testament to our community, to our commitment to the LGBTQ inclusivity. This crosswalk would serve as more than just more than a city's infrastructure. It would be a beacon of hope and a visible celebration of the values that we hold dear. It would remind us all that every step we take can be a step towards greater acceptance and understanding. I believe that such a crosswalk would not only beautify our streets, but also strengthen the fabric of our community by promoting a message of love and equality for all. Thank you for considering this proposal. I look forward to contributing to our city's legacy of inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to move to discussion item A, discussion and direction and possible action of Pierce Coleman presentation. I call forward Mr. Pierce.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate being here with you today. Is the PowerPoint? It looks like it's loaded up there. Do I need to do it from here? Yeah. All right. Look at that motley crew. So many of you we've known for years. Our firm has worked with Arizona municipalities for, a couple of decades on a number of different items you might recognize. The second from the left up there is Steve Coleman. I know many of you have worked with him he's my partner, on employment-related issues. Recently, I think he was down here doing some harassment training and other things that some of you may have participated in. He sends his regards. He says hi. This is the team of lawyers that our firm has, and I wanted to add a couple because they just joined us and they're not on that picture. Joe Estes, I put some background on here as well on him. It's included in your materials. Joe has extensive experience working for city governments. He was the in-house city attorney for the city of Page, a deputy city attorney in Yuma, and then a contracted city attorney in multiple municipalities. Joe actually is also a former member of a city council in Arizona, so he has sat in your seats. He knows what that entails. Similarly, Jenny Winkler just joined our firm, also having served in-house in a couple of city attorney departments as an assistant city attorney in Chandler, as the city attorney in another Arizona municipality, as well as former deputy counsel in the Arizona Department of Water Resources. With the materials that I've presented to you or given to you, to the council, and for those that are here, our firm has contracted with multiple Arizona cities and towns to be their contracted city attorney. We do that for currently 19 other Arizona municipalities. As you can see, we've been ranked in the U.S. News and World Report as a Tier 1 regional best law firm. Multiple lawyers in our firm recognized in Best Lawyers in America, Super Lawyers, and some other publications. When you consider the experience of our municipal law team combined, we're right up there in around 200 years of combined experience, and which makes us the most experienced municipal law firm in the state in terms of years of experience in general municipal law matters. Our approach is one of collaboration because we have so much experience among the lawyers in our firm in different areas. In your materials, you may have seen Christina Estes-Werther is also one of the partners in our firm. Christina was at one point in time the chief elections officer for the state of Arizona for a former Secretary of State. She was also the general counsel to the League of Arizona Cities and Towns, and as of last week, in fact, was just appointed by Governor Hobbs to be one of the 5 Citizens Clean Election commissioners in the state of Arizona. So extensive experience in election law. John Palladini, who has served in-house as the city attorney in Prescott, and then previous to that, in-house in Glendale and some other areas, has extensive experience in land use related matters, as does Alan Quist, who was an in-house city deputy county attorney in Pinal County, which is one of the fastest growing counties in the country, especially as it pertains to land use development sort of things. So when issues arise for a city or town that we're working with, and if it's a complex land use related issue, we involve those who have that extensive experience. If it's a development agreement, if it's election related issues, if it's employment related issues, we work collaboratively to make sure that we are providing the best legal services to our clients that we can possibly provide. And because of the manner in which we do it, we propose flat fees so that you don't have to worry about running up a big bill on a month because you happen to need to talk to a bunch of lawyers that particular month. We have found in the cities and towns that we do this, that is a huge benefit to those cities and towns. So this is just a little slide I wanted to put up here because it was actually kind of funny when I got this notice. I didn't even know who expertise.com was when I got this, but I got this notice that they said, we looked at 176 employment lawyers serving Mesa, because that's where we have offices in Scottsdale and Mesa. I'm in the Mesa office, serving Mesa, and picked top 7. We were one of the top 7. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Again, I don't know who expertise.com is, but I looked at their profile of how they did it, and I thought, well, regardless of whether or not that was something cool to get from expertise.com, what I did like was their basis for how they ranked, because I thought, this really is, I think this is what our firm is. We think that it's critical to have an important reputation. You've probably heard of our firm even before this because we're a platinum sponsor of the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. We think it's important to partner with Arizona municipalities and be a supporter of Arizona municipalities that way. Credibility. experience, availability, professionalism. I think that defines the lawyers in our firm and how we operate with our clients. One of the benefits that we have found in the cities that we represent and we provide the general city attorney services for is we're able to provide a fresh look from the outside. We have, we are not dependent on 4 votes for our livelihoods. So it can be difficult sometimes. We work with a lot of in-house city attorneys who at times feel like they're feeling the pressure, because council members are giving them certain, pressures to look at an issue a certain way. We don't have to compromise our legal opinions in any way whatsoever because while we want to work, we're excited about working with the city of Nogales. We love the city of Nogales. But in the end, if we're not working with the city of Nogales, we don't all lose our jobs. We all have other work to do. So we can be objective. We can provide you an objectively neutral legal opinion, not driven by feelings of one particular group or another group. So I think that's been a real benefit to the cities that we represent because you can know that you're always going to get the straight scoop from us, and we work collaboratively. So of course we're going to work in a way to try to get the council to its objectives in the legal way possible. And if there's not a legal way to do it, we'll tell you. And we'll tell you if there's some other ways we think we can get to a particular goal that you're trying to reach. But with that, I think that's my last slide. I am happy to answer any questions about how we do what we do, how it could benefit the city of Nogales. And again, I guess I should say we look forward to and hope that you'll accept our proposal and contract with us to be your city attorneys.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Councilman Doyle.
Yes, Mr. Pierce, I can see where the vast knowledge and of all your different attorneys come together to really cover a city. My question would be more along the lines of, as a council and also the staff, which include directors and employees from the city, do we all get a fair shake of coverage in there? Sometimes there's issues where maybe we're involved with having to make a decision about certain lawsuit or something that affect employees. We get the same representation, the same protection as the employee, but you'll be covering both areas, in other words?
So, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
Councilmember Doyle, I think from the starting point to answer that question, I would say the city attorney is supposed to represent the city as a whole. Now, the city is an entity represented by people. So, of course, from an availability standpoint and being able to talk with council members, we're always available for that and to provide guidance if there's a particular issue that we believe comes up and perhaps in a conversation where we're talking about a particular issue that we think, oops, sorry. I turned my phone off. What I didn't do, that wasn't even a phone, that was an alarm. That was probably telling me, okay, Justin, quit talking. We at times will find that's an issue that would be helpful for the council as a whole. So we'll provide a memo to the council, perhaps a privileged memo, depending on if it's necessary for legal advice. From a representation standpoint, we are always representing the council as a whole in terms in the best interests of the city. And so to the extent if there's a claim by an employee against the municipality, we're representing the interests of the municipality, and we try to work collaboratively, again, even in that context, to resolve those matters as amicably as possible. But we are always representing the interests of the city as a whole and the council as a whole as it represents the city. I hope that answers.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Montiel, did you have something? Mr. Gradius, go ahead.
I did have an opportunity to meet with you briefly before the meeting today, and I just want to get some of those points on record.
Okay.
First of all was the salary, $180,000 a year, which $15,000 a month breaks down to about 50 hours a month. Currently, we have two attorneys that each work about 120 hours a month. So that would put a bigger burden on your company. So the rate would probably go up as stated in your contract after you review our workload. Also, there is a 10-cent charge per copy, but there's no indication as to travel from Phoenix to here for our meetings, hotel, lodging. Are you going to be staying in Tubac? Are you going to be staying in Nogales? Some of our nice establishments, or how is that going to work? I want to make sure that the community knows that we're looking into this and we're doing our due diligence moving forward.
Very good questions. And yes, we did have some conversation about this ahead of time. First of all, we do not, the expenses that we bill for are extraordinarily rare. And what that would and that would come up if, for example, there's a lawsuit and there's a third-party charge, a deposition where the court reporters are charging for their court reporter fees that day. It's not to pay us. It's a third-party charge that's not a title fee, for example, that it's not to us. 10 cents on that's been our agreements, 10 cents per page for years. I can't remember the last time I had a bill for copying. It just doesn't happen. In fact, if there's a copying job that is needed for something, most of the time it's most efficient to send that out anyway to a copy service. So those types of charges. Nothing that's coming to us. We don't bill for those types of things for reimbursement to us. It's just part of our cost of doing business, including mileage to come down here for council meetings. We do not bill for that. We do not bill for if I have to come down here, or one of my other colleagues is coming down here and it's a council meeting that goes really late and I can't get back to home in time and I need to stay in one of the fine establishments, as you mentioned here. That is not something we bill for. That is not something we ask for reimbursement. Where we would ask for reimbursement on lodging is if there's a case that the city is involved in that requires us to go to Kansas City for a deposition or something like that. That's different because that's outside of the normal, representation of the city. So I would say in the last year to 2 years of just ballparking, I think of the 20 cities I work with, I'll bet you 3 or 4 times sent a cost bill for something. So it's extraordinarily rare. So that's the issue for costs. It's really not going to be that much, if anything at all. In terms of the amount, this comes from years of experience with municipalities being able to see about what the level and nature and time associated with that work. This comment is not meant to be related to either the former city attorney here or any other in-house city attorney somewhere. But a city attorney that's sitting at a desk, they wouldn't be effectively billing 8 hours a day anyway if they were there. I mean, there's a lot of downtime, dead time. So when you're comparing hours to hours, somebody that's here on site isn't necessarily doing the work that we would be doing when you're talking about those hours that would be necessary to meet that fee. I have found that cities about this size that we have worked with, that fee is very much in line with what it takes to do all of the work as necessary. And in addition to that, I would point out that that gives the city a city attorney team instead of one person. It doesn't require any sort of vacation time, PTO time, because if I'm going to take a trip somewhere and something comes up, somebody else is going to stand in for me. And so that covers everything all the time. So that fee that we have proposed is a flat fee that would currently fit within your budget exactly for what your current city attorney was costing the city in terms of salary and EREs. In addition to that, of course, we don't need as many of the resources. as an internal city attorney office would have. Let me restate that. We need those resources, but we don't need them here. So if you have I'm guessing your legal department probably pays for either a LexisNexis legal research or Westlaw legal research. You can cancel that. You don't need to do. We have it. We have our own. We have, again, other resources to be able to do some of those things. So we have found it is a significant cost-saving measure for a city to go in this direction as well, for the citizens of the city that pay the taxes. And in my humble opinion, you get more extensive experience and abilities to do your legal work.
Thank you. We also discussed another major issue that I had concern with was the conflict of interest. You do represent our risk pool management and the county, and we have intergovernmental agreements coming up with the county, and we refer most of our issues up to the risk pool. So can you explain so that we can get it on record how that would affect?
Sure. So, and now when you say we do not represent the risk pool, we are a contracted firm that the risk pool contracts with to represent cities and towns in employment-related matters. So if a municipality, Northern Arizona gets sued for an employment law claim, the risk pool sends that claim to us, says, please represent that city's interest. So we actually have no attorney-client relationship with the risk pool. We only have attorney-client relationships with the cities and towns that they assign us to defend. So there would be no conflict. There's no conflict at all with the municipal risk pool. As it pertains to the county, we have this issue come up often because, again, we represent around 20 cities and towns, some that are in similar close areas, and sometimes they have intergovernmental agreements on, police services or what's the fire one that the automatic aid agreements and other things like that. All we do in those situations is we send a note to everybody involved in it to make sure, hey, does everybody see this as the type of agreement where we're just reviewing it for legality, like to make sure it's legal, as opposed to negotiating the terms of the contract. Typically, those are being done by staff anyway. By the time we get those, 99% of the time, it's to review it to make sure it's a legal document, it's going to pass legal muster, and we're just looking for things like, oh wait, this might be inconsistent with this, but it's not on behalf of one side or the other. But we talk about that ahead of time to make sure that hey, county, we think this is fine. If you all think this is fine, then we're all good to go. And if anybody has an issue, we would address it at that point in time to see, is this something that we would need to engage somebody outside to help on this? I've not had that happen where we've had to do that yet. Not saying it couldn't happen, of course, but yeah, I just don't see that as being a realistic problem that we would have to deal with on at least any regularity.
Follow-up. We also talked about our city charter and your familiarity with it. As you saw at the beginning of the meeting, I had a concern with a possible violation. We're going to need to have somebody versed in the charter so that we can stop violations of the charter, because they've been ongoing. And it's not just this administration. It's been a constant problem. And we need somebody to put a stop to it. And like you explained, you're going to be fair and impartial, and you're going to be looking at all the details and making sure we all are held accountable for what we can and can't do. Am I correct in what I'm saying about that, our discussion regarding that?
Yes, that was our discussion. I do not have an opinion to express as to whether there's an issue. I have not, but we absolutely will become familiar with your charter. Some of our other municipalities that we represent are also charter municipalities. There are very few actually in the state of Arizona. Most are general law cities, but we will absolutely be familiar with your charter. And if there are things happening that might be legal in other places but go against the charter here, we will bring those to your attention.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
The flat fee is already set by is that by the size of the community, or is that the flat fee that you charge to every community?
We look at about what we think the legal needs are going to be for the particular municipality. I can tell you there are smaller cities and towns in Arizona for which we charge a higher flat fee because the particular needs are just a lot higher that we're aware of. Here, this is what we've in consultation with the manager, and again, we've worked with the city before, so we have a good general idea. What we do, Vice Mayor, is that you might have seen from the proposal that we keep I call them shadow invoices. I made that term up. I say shadow because they're not real. We're not actually sending you an invoice for our time, but we still keep track of it internally to make sure that it's in line with what we're doing. So if it turns out that our flat fee is X, and we're not having to devote as much time as we thought we were having to, we'll reduce that for you on the next go around. We usually do them in 6-month or year increments. And for anybody who thinks, oh yeah, a lawyer reducing their fee, it's happened. We've done it. We've done it in 2 other municipalities that I'm aware of, where over time we looked at it and said, we can probably reduce this number, and we work collaboratively on that. Now, in other situations, it might be where we look at it and go, turns out there's a lot more time that's being required. It could very well happen. When we come to you, we work collaboratively on that. We don't just. To me, it has to be a win-win, in the sense that we're all pretty much in line. You're getting the best legal services possible within the budget that works for you, and we're able to do it within that budget. And when we can do that, it's a great symbiotic relationship. But we'll look at it every few months and report back to you, report to the manager if we think there's something that needs to be tweaked. But I've been doing this for long enough that I feel pretty comfortable that this is probably a pretty good initial estimate, and we can look at it in a few months and see if we need to adjust from there.
So this is what you mean, like in paragraph 9 of your letter, at the very end, you said, we will plan to evaluate the fee in the coming months.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by,
Yeah. So in fact, I had somebody ask me, so, we'll do it per month, the amount per month. Is it going to change each month? No, it's not. We're not going to do that, because then it's not really a flat fee. What I think we need to do is we can take this up through the fiscal year for a few months and see how things are going, and help you so that your fiscal year budget doesn't get blown. Here in a few months, we could look at it and see how things are going.
And one more question. The staff that's already here at the legal department, are they going to be able to keep their jobs here? That's one of my concerns.
The legal department falls under the council. It's one of the few positions, the city attorney position is one of the few positions in the city that you control. Now, when we come in as a contracted party to do it, we have done it a couple of different ways. One way, we've come in and we just take care of everything. And if there was a legal department before, and we've had that, where in that next budget cycle, so effective July 1, folks were either changed over to some other department that had a need for those folks, or if there was not that need, then they were notified that their position was being eliminated effective July 1. At the same time, if it was the council's prerogative that, well, we would like, the legal department to look like this and to have, this person or that person, we're happy to work within the framework that you outlined for us, but understand it is not necessary. So that's a policy decision for you guys to make. We don't need that. We don't need internal staff other than, I would say, a prosecutor, because you have a prosecutor that's doing your misdemeanor prosecutions, and probably a paralegal or legal assistant that assists that person. Aside from that, we don't need any other internal staff. So that's a decision you guys can make. If you feel like you want to find a way for that to work, we'll work with you, but we don't need that to happen, if that makes sense.
So my next question would be to the city manager. Have we taken this into consideration of what's going to happen to the legal department that we have in place right now?
Vice Mayor, I have thought about it, but as far as to my opinion, I would think that would be premature because I have not met with, to begin with, Pierce Coleman law firm is not officially under contract, but my intention is to meet with Mr. Pierce and explain to him the makeup of our legal department and collaborate with them and come up with an answer as far as to how many people he needs in there. For sure, we had talked about it, and we talked about a prosecutor, which we have, and legal aid or a paralegal. Then we'll consider the rest of the staff as we go forward, as we move forward.
Councilor Bonillas.
Mr. Bermudez, I share the same concern as Councilman Bojorquez. We're making a decision today that is going to affect employees here for the city of Nogales. And I think that it should be cleared up today as to their fate. Mr. Pierce just said that he doesn't need all these people. So what's going to be their fate? Because we can make this decision right now and it might seem like a good idea. But I think mayor and council are also here. We're concerned for those employees. We just can't make a decision and not take a minute and say what's going to happen. Are they going to be reassigned? Are they going to be laid off? What's going to happen? You can't tell me, Mr. Bermudez, that I'm going to get together with them. No, we need something more with substance, Mr. Bermudez, as far as the fate of these employees. That's where they got to feed families.
Sure, and I understand.
And so for you to say, well, I don't know, or I'm going to be talking to Mr. Pierce, we need for you to tell us, as a city manager, what is the game plan if Mr. Pierce says, well, you know what, I don't need all this staff. What's going to happen to our employees? They're faithful. They're very good and efficient employees. And I think that they're bilingual also. So we need to take a step back and say, what's going to happen to them? Because I am very worried. It seems like a great idea to bring in Pearson Coleman, but I feel that we're trampling over the little guy. I think we need to step back and just really decide what's the fate of these employees.
I appreciate your question, Councilman, and every employee in the city is valued. And every vetted employee, after I meet with Mr. Pierce, if that's your wish to contract him, then those employees, the vetted employees, could be reassigned to other departments at the same pay.
Okay, I also have a few more questions for Mr. Pierce.
On that issue too, could I just, from prior experience, it also would, obviously, it would require, I mean, the employees would need to, they might not want to be reassigned and they might prefer to do something completely different. So it probably involves a discussion even with them, because they may have opinions too that they don't want to do something else.
Okay, Mr. Pierce, I have another question. How many of your staff is bilingual?
2 or 3.
Fully bilingual?
Alan Quist lived in Chile, and he would be somebody we would have involved here. I think Christine Estes-Werther is also bilingual. I think we have another one. I'm bilingual, just my Spanish is, but I speak Portuguese. So,
Okay.
which
It almost sounds like
which is
Spanish.
close.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Mr. Pierce, what happened? Why did you quit on the city of Cottonwood?
The city of Cottonwood, and I don't want to. I mean, obviously, it's a public record, and we sent a notice to them. There were claims being made about. They were just not true. One was that we were a defendant in a lawsuit involving the city of Cottonwood. It's just not true. We're not, and so. We decided that it was just not it was not a good relationship to continue with the city of Cottonwood.
And the reason I ask right now that you said that sometimes you feel pressure by certain council members for you to go one way or the other. Did these council members, a certain amount of council members, did they feel that they were censured at one point, that you were just favoring the majority? Was that one of the issues that you had with them?
I don't think so. No. You're talking about what the Cottonwood council members felt?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they felt.
And finally, there's also, you are mentioned in a lawsuit, am I correct, with a former police chief, right? In there, so are you?
No, we're not actually.
You're not mentioned in that lawsuit with the former police chief?
No.
Okay. All right. So you have no issues as far as having a conflict of interest with the county?
In what way?
In any way, there's a lot. It's because, well, this is what worries me a little bit, Mr. Pierce, is that Mr. Machado and Mrs. Montoya, they received an email from the county, and they're a bit concerned, and they're asking, as you may be aware, they cover some of our projects and litigation as well. It is recommended you discuss with them so that they identify where conflict of interest lie. So you're saying on record that there's no conflict of interest?
It would be hard to, you have to identify when you're identifying a conflict of interest, you have to identify what it is. Do we do representations of the county? Yes, we represent. We're doing some of their misdemeanor prosecutions right now. We're helping them on an election-related matter because they had a public records request for certain election materials, and so we're involved in that. But that would not have any sort of involvement with Nogales, and so there's no conflict. There's no conflict of interest there. But and I don't have the email you're referring to. I haven't seen anything.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anything from Mr. Machado or you said that somebody received an email. I haven't seen any of that. Be happy to look it over if there was some concern about a conflict of interest. But like I said, we represent a whole host. 76 member municipalities of the risk retention pool, in addition to several other cities and towns that are not members of the risk pool, such as the city of Phoenix, city of Mesa. They often have intergovernmental agreements and things like that. We're able to navigate that without issue. So, and again, I'll point back to my last slide, which is, we're just here to do what's in the best interest of the city. If there was a conflict of interest that arose in that context, we would bring it to your attention, and we would say, "Hey, there's a potential conflict here. Here's what it is."
So, just a couple of more questions. Who is going to make court appearances on the cases city has pending in Justice Court, Superior Court? Who is going to prepare these pleadings? Are we going to have an actual person here in the city of Nogales on a daily basis?
No, we would not be here in person on a daily basis. We would come on council meeting days, and we would handle most of the work remotely.
So should a problem arise Monday through Friday, say, what would be the chain of command? Would be through Mr. Bermudez, or how would this work? Because you guys are in Phoenix, and obviously here it's a 2.5 hour drive, 3 hour drive. So how, I'm trying to work out the logistics here. And if we need something done fast, we need someone here. I would say that we need a body here. So you're saying you're not going to have anyone other than city council meetings, and that's about it?
If there was a particular need for somebody to come here for something that comes up, we would come. We would take care of that. I can tell you, council member, we represent cities 3 hours away, all around the state, and we're talking a lot in hypotheticals and situations that we frankly just have not had come up. most things when they arise, we can handle them if it's like an emergency so hey, we need this turned around today. It's something we're able to do remotely. We can jump on a video call if there's a need for that sort of a interaction. We're able to do that. You asked about appearances in court. I would have to know the case first. If there's a case that we're representing the city, it would depend on the nature of the case. If it's an employment-related case, again, me or Steve would probably handle it. If there's a land use concern, or if there's a condemnation, or if there's something like that, probably Trish or Jenny or John. It's again, we collaborate on these sorts of things. I can't tell you that this is the person that's going to handle this particular thing unless I know what it is.
How much access are mayor and council members going to have with Pearson Coleman? Is it going to be a phone call away, or is it going to be an automated system that you'll get back to us perhaps the next day or a couple of days? Is this a phone? Are you going to be a phone call away?
For the cities that I'm the primary point of contact, we will typically have somebody that's a primary point of contact, and we are a phone call away. Absolutely.
Also, just a little detail that I saw in the contract. Usually the city manager is the one who signs these contracts. Am I correct?
The ones that we've done, the mayor sign them.
Sign them?
Because they're approved by the council. It's not like the mayor's approving the agreement. The mayor's just signing it as the signatory to the agreement. But we can have the manager sign it if that's the council's.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. Well, the ones that I've done that look just like this, every single one of them is signed off by the mayor, but it's only signed off by the mayor after the council approves it. So it's not like the mayor can't just sign it.
Do you feel comfortable that we didn't quite go through the procurement process? I mean, I'm not questioning your integrity or anything like that, but you're the only ones. And we've been criticized in the past here in the community because we're not transparent with our constituents. And so now Pearson and Coleman, you're here, but I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get some questions from my constituents, because they're going to ask me, well, were they the only ones? Was there a process? And so I'm asking you. I just think that as far as the procurement process, it would have looked a little bit more transparent. That's all, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah. So I've seen it both ways, and we have been a part of those procurement. I don't want to call it a procurement process. Procurement doesn't apply to professional services. However, we've done it in like an RFQ or something like that. We've responded to those, and we've been contracted after one of those. We've also been contracted multiple times in the exact same way that it's happened here, where it's like there's an immediate need because of either a resignation or retirement or something, and we've come in and the council has looked at our credentials. You've clearly had a lot of time to review our stuff. You've talked with people. You've got specific bullet pointed.
I'm very inquisitive.
Yes, bullet point. I mean, obviously, people have given you some information to ask. So you've had a lot. You look at our credentials. There they are. And if there's like, hey, there's other firms that do this. There are some other firms that do this. If your feeling is, hey, I want to get more information from those firms first, by all means, that's something you could certainly do. I believe that at the end of the day, you're going to find that our firm has the highest level of service, the highest ability to do this. But again, if the council's decision is to go a different direction and wants to go with and review more information from other firms, you could certainly do that.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Doyle.
Yes, I like that they picked you out the top 7 data. It's always good to have those good references. But just what comes to mind is like our former attorney would hire out sometimes other attorneys to do some of the work. And
Now, that was an extra cost to the city. It wasn't like he was paying out of his pocket.
Right.
So what I want to know, will we have any of that with your firm where that you have maybe have to go beyond your firm to get somebody to represent us? Or it seems like you all have enough areas covered, but I just want to ask that question. Are we going to be concerned with another attorney bill or it's all covered?
That's actually a really good question. I'm glad you asked it because we cover pretty much everything. There are some specialty areas that can come up at times, but we'll talk with you about those and determine if we think that's something that should go outside. Now, if it is, and if we all think that, yeah, this is probably something, I'll give you an example, like a tax opinion. We had to do this in one of our other municipalities where there was a really complex tax issue, and that is such a specialized area of the law. My undergraduate was in accounting, but I went to law school for a reason. So we engaged them, but that was because even a city attorney's office would have had to do the same thing, like an internal office. So the way I view it is most of those that an internal city attorney's office would probably send out and you'd have more expense for, we're going to be able to handle as part of our flat fee. Most of those. On occasion, there might be that or like special water law issues, certain types of specialty areas that if those come up and it looks like this really does require some specific level of expertise beyond what is a typical city attorney office, we would talk with the manager about that, talk with the council and say, hey, we think this is probably something we need a formal opinion from a true expert in this area, and we can talk about that. Again, probably a very rare situation, though. It doesn't happen very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gradius.
I want to raise the same concern about the employees that would probably have to be let go, including our civil attorney and maybe two of the employees of the legal department. Mr. Pierce stated that they would be taking over the civil department. They would require a prosecutor, so that would leave one prosecutor who's on a part-time basis, I believe, and one assistant or legal assistant. But there's three people there. We got to consider what's going to happen with them. Our civil attorney, we can't just move to another position, and we can't move the other two to a position that we don't have unless there's some vacancies, and as was pointed out, they are willing to move. The other issue I have, this is a great proposal and it's a great option, but I think it is an option and we should have looked or can still look at other options. We're rushing into this because we got rid of our city attorney in haste. We had time, but we chose another route, and we wouldn't be having this issue. We would have taken our time and done things right. So I really like the proposal, but I think we should also look at other proposals and maybe some local attorneys too. Why wasn't that done? We just decided to pick out possibly the best one, but why not open it up and take a look at some other firms? I think we're pushing it because we're lacking a city attorney right now. And I think what the goal is to approve it and have them sit in for the rest of our meeting, because we have some issues that require possibly some legal opinion on the rest of our agenda. So I think we'd be doing a disjustice to our constituents if we just rush into this. I think we need to take our time, back up. And I brought this point up at the last meeting that we needed to know what the status was. And now we have a proposal. I mean, let's pull the reins on it and take a look at it from a bigger picture and determine what is in the best interest of the city. They may be the best. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying we need to look at options so that we are in tune with our constituents and they know what we're doing. And it's not just sprung up on them at the last minute. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Go ahead, sir.
Can I help perhaps with that, perhaps with any concern that might exist there? You're not locked. Our agreement puts a number out there, but you're only one council meeting away from ever needing to, if you needed to make a change, if you felt like, you know what, these Pierce Coleman guys, they came in here and sold us a bill of goods and we just think they're terrible now. You're one council meeting away from saying, you know what, we're going to go a different direction. So you're not locked into anything ever with your legal services. So if you approve this today, we have an agreement, we can move forward. If in your mind, you know what, I'd like to look at some other options, you can still do that, even during that time period that we're your contracted city attorney. So I want you to be comforted in that piece of it, that if you feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, that approving this does not lock you into some sort of long-term situation that you're never going to be able to get out of, you know, like the Hotel California, right?
Anybody else?
Mr. Pierce, how familiar are you with IBWC and IOI issues?
How familiar?
Yes. Yeah, with the IOI, with the IBWC and all that. Are you familiar with these terms?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
The internet. Well, how well versed are you as far as our international waters, our IOI, which is the big sewer pipeline that comes in from Mexico? Are you well versed in these things?
I don't have a particular expertise in those. No.
Anyone in your staff?
Again, we have Jenny Winkler, that was a deputy attorney in the Arizona Department of Water Resources. So again, we're not going to have the answer to every question and every issue that can come up, but we're really good at researching, and we're pretty good lawyers.
I'm sure you are, but you know we're a border town, and you know that's one of the concerns that I may have because today we need to vote on an issue on the IBWC on a new IGA, and we have no city attorney, and that's one of the issues that I have, and I echo Councilman Gradia's concern that I think that we should at least table this for next month, and as we do a better research on everything, on not necessarily on another entity, but I think that we need to first evaluate what is in the best interest of our constituents and our employees and all that. I think we are rushing. As you can see, we have no city attorney. This administration had 60 days to figure it out. And now we're here on the 11th hour, and there's no city attorney. There's no one there to go under the final agenda. There are issues here that need to be reviewed by a city attorney or an attorney for that matter, someone that's well versed on these issues, and we don't have one. But they had 60 days to address it, and they decided not to. So we're at this point where we're at the 11th hour, and again, I have no issues with Pearson Coleman. I know that you've done a lot of work for the city of Nogales, and you've done an excellent job. I'm not questioning your ethics or anything like that. I think you're a great bunch of lawyers. But again, this is a decision that's going to affect city employees. We need to make sure that some of these things on the agenda that need to be approved on, we need someone that is familiar with this topic.
Mr. Bonillas.
Thank you.
That's why we have the firm that is dealing with the IBWC is online, so you have those questions for that particular firm.
Well, obviously, but we need to vote on these, Mayor, but they're not here right now. So how can we vote on these issues when we don't have legal opinion? And that's my concern. I'm sure I understand that.
Mr. Bonillas, on that particular issue, that the firm that Mr. John Bullock is online was the city assigned firm to deal with the IBWC, and they are online. So when we come to that agenda item, Mr. Bullock will be available to answer any questions.
Haven't you had I thought you had a city attorney until very recently.
Yeah. So till Friday.
So I would imagine you could have had.
Till Friday. But this firm was still one of those that was assigned to help the city with this matter.
So maybe I can clear things out here, Mayor, a little bit. The firm that Mr. John Bullock works for has been contracted by the city for at least a couple of years. My understanding from the inception of the issue with the IOI, Mr. Bullock is a specialized attorney in water. And as far as to the agreement that was passed a couple of weeks ago, he's the one that was representing the city as far as I'm hearing. And Deputy City Manager can attest to that. But Mr. Bollock is here to give that presentation and explain anything, or answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And I did grow up in Yuma, Arizona, so I do have some
Ms. Montiel, did you have something?
border community.
Mr. Dahl?
Hearing some of the dialogue here, it leaves me wondering, why don't we have a city attorney here? I know that we have 2 city attorneys left in the legal department. And of course, one's the prosecuting attorney that deals with the courts, but the other one that gave our former, I guess, attorney a beautiful contract is not here. Is she on contract for the city, or does she just come whenever she pleases, or is she somewhere else? Can you answer that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Doyle, I don't have an answer for that because the city attorney's office is under the direct supervision of the city council. As far as to her schedule, I have no idea. They don't work under the city manager's authority. They work under the authority of the city attorney, who is under the authority of the city council.
But still, when we have city council meetings, one of the assistant city attorneys would show up for those meetings. And we don't need a regular city attorney for one of them to show up.
I think that's a legal question that I'm not.
Well, she declined to be here.
So, so is this like a boycott or what?
She was asked and she declined to be here. Ms. Montiel?
Hello. I have a couple of questions. And just for the record, I'm married to an attorney and there is no conflict there. He does no business with you, or he doesn't call you for any legal reasons or anything.
Well, you're married to an attorney, so there is conflict there. Let's be clear.
Yeah, kind of. But I just wanted to, because I wasn't aware of this alleged letter that Mr. Bonillas got from the previous attorney. So I don't want surprises, and I don't want that we had a conversation or that we have cases with you or any of that. Nada.
I agree.
Okay, and that's on the record, Mr. Bermudez. Okay?
Not
So,
familiar with your husband.
yeah, that's a good thing, right? Okay. So I have a couple of questions, and some of them have been asked, so I don't want to bore you with them, and they're on record already, so that's a good thing. So you have worked already for the city of Nogales?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And you are already working in some degree with the city of Nogales?
Yes, we've done several matters, worked with several matters with the city of Nogales.
Okay.
We have a great relationship with your manager. We've known Mr. Bermudez since he was Chief Bermudez and even assistant
Oh,
chief.
okay.
Yeah, and
So you've already done some work with Mr. Bermudez in the past?
Yep.
Okay, all right, I didn't know that. I just wanted to make that clear. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the restructuring, and just for the record, I did have a conversation with you, and I was just as concerned as some of my colleagues here about the restructuring of that department, and you did say that you would restructure the department in along with the city manager, and of course we would be notified of any recommendations you make in restructuring that department.
Right.
Am I correct?
yeah. So the clarity and the reason I said it's your department as a contracted party. We wouldn't have authority to actually reorganize or do anything like that. We can of course recommend to you, which I have. My recommendation is that that a prosecutor staying on board would be very helpful. And that a legal assistant or paralegal for that prosecutor also very helpful. Outside of that, it is not necessary for our purposes. So it's really up to the council at that point as to what you do with those.
Okay, but Mr. Bermudez, you are going to recommend to the council, because I understand that's part of your responsibility, you will recommend to the council how the restructuring would take place.
Absolutely. After I
Okay.
meet with Mr. Pierce and we come up with a conclusion as far as his needs.
So part of your responsibility as city manager, you will come to us and say, this is a way we are going to restructure.
Absolutely.
Okay. And a couple more questions. So it says here that you have been employed already with the city of Nogales for since, just to make sure, effective April 1st. And that's the work you've been doing with Mr. Bermudez since April 1st, because it says here in the scope and sequence of your agreement. It says here, the renewal agreement shall be effective as of April 1st.
Oh, I think I just put that there, and I put as of.
As of,
Just
okay.
so that, no, we haven't been working.
Okay, it's just kind of like a,
Yeah, no, I just so that there was no gap.
yeah.
We can change
Yeah,
the date if
okay.
you want.
I just want to make sure, because little things come up later on, and I don't,
Yeah.
okay.
No, we have, our work with the city has just been on employment-related matters that we've been assigned
Yeah.
to the risk pool.
And what I like about this agreement, it's pretty clear, and the only, a couple of provisions that I have questions about, and I addressed them with you, and that was the hourly rate, because your attorneys are very expensive. And, but the fact is, just to make it clear to the people out there in the community that are very concerned about the shift of paradigm here. This has never happened before, at least not that I've known, getting an outside law firm, is that it's going to be $15,000 a month, which is about $180 a year, and you're not billing hourly. And I have talked to the city manager, very limited, unfortunately, I've been very busy, and apparently, and you just said it right now, that you're not going to send us a surprise bill that attorneys once in a while do, and you're like, oh, how am I going to pay this? So you are basically going to shadow, and I like the verbiage, shadow. And is it just to kind of give you an idea after you collect all these shadow bills? Oh, well, this is what it really costs to provide legal services to the city of Nogales after, let's say, a year. And then you'll kind of adjust after you get all these bills.
That's right. We probably wouldn't wait a full year, but,
Okay.
and I think we'd even mention, just taking an early look in a few months. But yeah, the idea is that it's going to be that amount
Yeah.
until we can get a better look at it. I'm guessing it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, because you've seen some of the workload already. Of course, you're a very, smart
It's not our
attorney,
first
and
rodeo.
it's not your first rodeo. That's really good to hear. So it's $50,000 a month. It doesn't include, like you say, mileage and any of that stuff, staying at hotels.
That's right.
And so it totals for about 180. And also a good thing is we're not paying fringe benefits. We're not paying any of these insurance costs, retirement costs, any of that. It's just $180,000 a year.
That's right.
And we get all the services and all the specialties. And my favorite is employment law, because I would like to get a lot of in-service on employment law later on, because there's some things I'm seeing that I'm not too happy about, okay, especially in regards to employees, okay? And so, and I know that's your specialty, right?
Yeah, it's one of my areas of
Areas, okay, which is good. So in a nutshell, it's $180 a year, no benefits given, no retirement, any of that. You're not charging per hourly rate if we call. Now, this is a manager talk question. Who calls the law firm? Because the way it's structured right now is anyone can go to the law firm, any employee, basically I'm talking about directors, any of the council can walk in and ask any question. And sometimes, it's all over the place, in my opinion, when it comes to everyone getting legal advice, and I don't think we have a good grip, in my opinion. How is that going to work, Mr. Bermudez?
Councilwoman Montiel, as far as to directors, I would have to set a procedure that they would have to go through me to control the contacts that they have with Pierce Coleman Law Firm. As far as to counsel, you more than welcome to go directly, because it probably even matters that you don't want to let me know about or I'm not privy to. So you wouldn't go through me, but every single employee or director of the city would.
And Councilmember, I can tell you that's very common in the program where we work with other municipalities. Of course, as council members, you have an open line to call anytime you've got an issue you want to talk about. And for directors, I'm happy to talk to them at any time. What I have found, though, from a management standpoint, it's better for the manager to know even that those things are coming up. Just from a management standpoint, it really is helpful for there to be a gatekeeper at the manager, assistant manager level of those things, just mostly to be in the loop, not because we don't want to talk directly to managers. We will.
Yeah, and a gatekeeper is a good word to use, because I think that I've talked to you about it, how we need to make sure that we're all in this together for the benefit of the community. So I like the idea, and I know later on in your evaluation we can talk about how you plan to structure all of this. But it's nice to know that we can all, pick up the phone and give you a little call and say, I'm concerned about this, or this concern came up. And there's that. Can you talk a little bit about that confidentiality, client privilege, please, that you and us council members will have in the future?
Yeah. So, I mean, so attorney-client privilege is the city's.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no real way for a council member to call the city attorney and say, hey, I want to talk to you about something, but it's got to be kept confidential from the other council members. Mm. I'm going to tell you, if that comes to me, I'm going to say, I can't be your legal advisor here. All due respect, would love to help you. But we represent the council as a whole. And if you have a question that impacts the city as a whole, that may be something that needs the whole council to hear about, to view, to know what's going on. And so, of course, we do the best we can to be sounding boards on things that perhaps it's just from to help you in your role, and that's not something we have to we're going to share that with everybody. It does not always the case, but if it's something that impacts the city as a whole or the council as a whole, then the privilege belongs to the city, to the council, not to any individual council member.
Okay, and that's really good to hear. It gives me a level of confidence to know that that's going to be protected, that you're going to look out for the interests of the entire community, not for a certain group of people, not for a certain group of employees or so. It's going to be what's in the best interest of the community out there. And that's really comforting to hear. So I have a couple of another question. I won't keep you long. I have them all over the place. So there's not a conflict between the pool insurance attorney, and that's good to hear. That's really good to hear that. So how I see it, and I looked at it, and I had someone also help me look at it that's familiar with contracts. This is almost like a win-win for the city. I believe, in my opinion, we're paying, like I said, $180 a year, no benefits, nothing of that sort. We get all we can call you anytime as a council. There's going to be something organized with the city manager where everything goes directly to him in terms of getting legal advice and so forth. So I unless I'm wrong, is this a win-win?
Council member, or Mr. Mayor, council member, if it was not a win-win, I don't think we could do it. It absolutely has to be. We don't benefit from a situation where we're getting a fee that we're not earning, because that might be a short-term gain. It creates problems in an attorney-client relationship and a team approach. I mean, it just on the flip side of that, the city doesn't want to be abusing our services because it's like, we've got this flat fee, so now we can, run up as much as we want. It's a team approach. It is a win-win when we do it this way. And again, we've got dozen plus municipalities to show that it does in fact work. So I totally agree with you. This is a win-win, and we're happy to join forces with you guys and provide you what we think is going to be the best legal services that you could get in the state.
And the last question is, Mr. Brimrose, you've recommended this law firm. How confident are you in working with this law firm, since you have recommended the law firm and obviously worked with them before?
The recommendation from what I've talked to Mr. Pierce and the work that I've done with Steve Coleman, I highly recommend them. As far as to the recommendation of them being in front of you, it's an option that I brought because I haven't gotten direct direction, actually, as far as to what the elected body as a whole wants to do, because at the end of the day, the responsibility to hire an attorney lies on the city council. However, my responsibility as a whole in general is to make sure that the city is whole and it's running smoothly and efficiently, which is the reason why I brought this option to you to decide as far as to if this is a good fit for you guys and the city itself. I can tell you on my part, professionally, I can say that he would be, and I do highly recommend Pierce Coleman.
And just for the record, I did recommend to you and the mayor to perhaps open it up in the future, and so I just want that to be on the record. And I know part of your responsibility is to bring a proposal to the council because that's part of your responsibility. But I want to make sure that you also know that we've all done our research, and I think this is a win-win situation. There's no doubt about it. Unless I didn't cover something I'm supposed to cover.
No, thank you, Madam Councilmember. I appreciate that. I agree with you. And in fact, it's interesting. A couple of those times that I mentioned that where we had come in just like this, it came initially, and maybe Roy did make this phone call, but I've gotten phone calls before from the league director, Tom Belshey, who called me and said, hey, you're probably going to get a phone call from the city. I told them they needed to call you. So I think my guess is if you asked around, you'd get very high praises for. I'm not trying to be prideful here, but
No,
I think we've built an incredibly competent team. I do fully acknowledge that when you look at that team. And I think I'm a pretty competent lawyer, but I'm probably the weak link in this whole deal. These attorneys that we have brought into this firm are incredible. They're incredible people. They're incredible attorneys. We don't have turnover. It's a great firm that we've been able to build, and I think that it would be a real benefit to the city to partner up with us on this.
Thank you.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes, Mr. Pierce. Before I put the cherry on top of the frosting here, it does sound like a win-win. I just want to know, if we put you on board tonight, does your coverage, in other words, does the firm start working for the city of Nogales tonight? We're covered by your firm?
Yeah, that's partly one of the reasons why I think that this was item
1.
Yeah.
They moved it up to 1.
8A, moved it up so that if you approve this, I'll go sit next to Roy and do the best I can to help you through the meeting today.
Okay. Now the second part of the question is just to clarify and make sure that I got it right. I said I heard you say that if for whatever reason we weren't happy with the firm, we could always, from one meeting to the next, stop the service, and there would be no retaliation measures.
No. I mean, I might be a little offended personally. No, not at all. City attorney services are at the pleasure of council. And so we are one agenda away always, much like your manager. Sorry, Roy. We are always one agenda away from the council deciding to go in a different direction. If you did that, we would part ways amicably. I don't think that's going to happen here, but if it was necessary, completely, 100%, you are not bound by anything. In our agreement, it lays out a fee, even going out for the year. But the reality is, if at any point in time that the council decides to go in a different direction, it stops right there.
So it's like almost having you on a contract basis, like if
At will.
at will.
Yeah,
At will. You can't get any better than that. If we got any other attorney, you have to make a contract.
And you usually have a severance provision, like a separation provision. Sometimes 6 months or something along those lines are pretty normal if you have an in-house attorney. And it's understandable, by the way. I'm not even begrudging those situations because, somebody maybe uproots their family, moves to an area, and then all of a sudden, boom, their employment changes on them. There probably needs to be some protection there. So I understand why those contracts exist. We don't need that protection because, again, as I put on my last slide, our livelihoods do not depend on 4 votes here. If you go a different direction, of course I'd be disappointed because we want to be able to work with you and do a great job, but it doesn't mean that we have a lot of other work. So you're not bound at all by this.
Thank you. So I appreciate that because that's what we need, the interest of the city to be covered. I was kind of upset the last time they hired the former attorney and they just gave him a real sweet contract. The attorney that was supposed to be looking for the city interest need didn't look for the needs of the city, but instead of that, personal attorney. And it kind of almost kept us in a bind. And we don't need that. I hate to go through another situation like that, getting another attorney where there's favoritism, where there's collusion, where there's anything that favors the person that's coming in against the needs of the city and the welfare of the citizens. So I think this is the best solution that we could have dreamt up of having that kind of coverage that's not going to be, I guess, in any way taking other interests except for the city of Nogales and the council as a whole. I'm really grateful for that, for this type of service. Thank you.
Councilman Bonilla.
Just so that we can get through this, Mr. Ramirez, just for the record, so the classified employees that are in the legal department, I did understand that you will assign them somewhere in another department. They're not going to get terminated. Is that the way I understood it, Mr. Bermudez?
What's your definition of classified, Councilman? What's your definition
Most of our employees are classified employees. They pass a probation date and all that, and they're classified.
Anybody that's off probation and vetted with the city, I'll find a position for them if, through our conversation with Mr. Justin Pierce, they're not, I wouldn't say needed, but, they're not needed at the office. But I'll be fully transparent with that. I mean, there's nothing that, when I do that, I'm going to go before council and let everybody know what the plan moving forward would be.
When will you begin that plan with these employees? Tomorrow?
As soon as you decide what you're going to do with Mr. Justin Pierce.
And Mr. Mayor, council member, city manager, if that involves adding a position in another department or something, that's going to come before you because of it's going to affect your budget. So it's going to be in your budget. You'll have full control over that. If you decide you're like, hey, I want to make sure these folks have places to go, and I want to make sure there's a position over here and over here, you can absolutely do that.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, you have another comment?
First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation, and I think you would be a great option, but I still believe that we should look at other options. That's my personal opinion on this. And if we would have held a regularly scheduled meeting as prescribed by charter last week, we would have still had an attorney sitting right there, and we wouldn't be having issues. I appreciate that you might take that seat there, but there are issues that are coming up on the agenda that you're not versed in or haven't had a chance to look at and cannot provide the legal advice that we need. So I'm going to bring that up during that point. And also the charter, you'll be hearing a lot from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle, go ahead.
I think we pretty much asked a lot of questions, pretty much discussed this. Can we start the voting process?
Yes. With that said, Mr. Doyle, thank you, and thanks everybody for all the good, great questions. I move to approve the Pierce Coleman law firm as our next contracted city attorneys.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Pierce,
Thank you.
would you please join us in the seat over here, Mr. Pierce?
The hot seat.
What green? Now we go down to reports. A, report section 115 pension trust, PSPRS, Mallory Sampson.
Hello, everyone. Can you see and hear me?
Okay. Go ahead, Mallory.
Hi there. So you can see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, night. Thank you for having me. Like I said, my name is Mallory Sampson, and I am fortunate to work with you guys on your Section 115 trust. I work for PFM Asset Management, and thank you for having me. I believe you have the presentation in front of you. Is that correct? I can also share my screen.
Mallory, the council all has the physical copy, but everybody in the audience cannot see it. Could you please share your screen?
Happily. Give me
Thank you.
1 second while I do that. How does that look for everyone?
Can that be shared over here, John?
You might have to get out of that.
Say that one more time. It sounds like you can or cannot see it.
We cannot see it. We're gonna try to get it on our bigger screen.
Okay.
It's really small, so we're gonna try to put it on our bigger screen also.
Let's see what I can do.
Mallory, can we put you on hold and read some proclamations?
Yeah.
Mallory,
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
can we put you on hold and read 3 proclamations that we need to read? We have some audience that might have to leave.
Okay. It sounds like you're gonna take a little bit of a break and let me know when you're ready for me to start. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, and we're going to read some proclamations and then we'll call you back. Thank you. Lo apagó ahí.
He's working on
Okay, so we're going to put that one on hold. We'll come back to it. We're going to go to presentations A, proclamations, Autism Awareness Month. Mr. Bonillas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Mr. Dr. Bejarano and Mr. Gregory Jaques to please step to the podium, please.
And before anything, Mr. Bejarano, and I appreciate you guys holding on. Thank you.
I would also like to take this time to congratulate Ms. Ramirez. Her and I have been working on some projects here that will bring the mental health issues to the forefront here in the city of Nogales. And I would like to thank her personally for that, and Dr. Bejarano and his staff, and all the staff of Mariposa Clinic. Mr. Gregory will read the proclamation for Autism Awareness Month.
Before Mr. Gregory reads, I'd like to thank the city for giving us this opportunity to identify autism and neurodiversity as issues of great concern. Mariposa is here to represent, to bring as much service as possible. We work in conjunction with DDD and vocational rehab in the city of Nogales, and they provide excellent service to work as a unified community. Thank you very much. Mr. Greg.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Gregory Isaac Jaques. I am 13 years old. I was born and raised here in Nogales, Arizona. Whereas autism is a lifelong
Neurological
disorder with current stats bringing it to 1 in 32 children being diagnosed in the autism spectrum, and whereas autism's prevalence right now pleases at is the third most common development disability in the country today, and autism can result in difficulties in communication, socialization, sensory, perception, and behavior. And whereas these difficulties range from mid to severe, now no racial, ethnic, or social boundaries, and affects many young and old alike in the city of Nogales. And whereas the majority of the people, including many professionals in the medical, educational, and vocational field, are still unaware of how autism affects people and how to effectively work the individuals with autism. Whereas our understanding of autism has grown tremendously since it was first diagnosed in 1943. But there is still much to learn, and whereas hope lies in a broad spectrum of treatments and in informed public and community committed to providing support and service to those with symptoms of these special disabilities, and whereas this board supports all public and positive efforts aimed at rehabilitation, treatment of cure autism, and now therefore I, Judge Maldonado, Mayor of the City of Nogales, Arizona, do hardly proclaim April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month. In the city of Nogales, Arizona, and encourage all residents to learn more about autism and what they can do to support individuals on the autism spectrum and their families. In witness wherefore we have hereon to set my hand and cause to be affixed the great seal of the city of Nogales, County of Santa Cruz, Arizona. George Maldonado, Mayor. Done at City Hall in Nogales, Arizona, the 10th day of April in this year of our 2024 and of the independence of the United States of America, 248. It is. That's it.
Good job. Great job. Come here. Proclamation. Congratulations, huh? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bejarano.
Again, good evening, Mayor, Councilman, public of Nogales. I welcome you to the Neurodiversity Awareness Month. Whereas according to the CDC, in the United States, 1 in every 42 boys and 1 in every 189 girls are born with are neurodiverse. By the age of 25, many neurodiverse children age out of the system that provides them with the therapies that they need to adjust to our neurotypical world. And whereas autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia, visual, auditory, and/or sensory processing disorders, synesthesia, Down syndrome, obsessive compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, antisocial personality, bipolar disorder, dissociative identity disorder, and dozens more conditions, disorders, and disabilities are neurodiverse. And whereas neurodiversity is the diversity of the human brains and mind, some individuals express certain difficulties ranging from mild to severe, know no racial, ethnic, or social boundaries, and affect many young and old alike in the city of Nogales. And whereas the majority of the public, including many professionals in the medical, educational, and vocational field, are still unaware of how to effectively work with neurodivergent individuals, and whereas the understanding of neurodiversity has grown tremendously since it was first founded in 1998, but it's still much to learn. It describes the idea that people experience and interact in the world around them in many different ways. There is no one right way of thinking, learning, or behaving, and no differences are equivalent to deficits. And whereas hope lies in a broad spectrum of treatments and an informed public and community committed to providing support and service to those with symptoms by tackling barriers and assessing care on a systemic and community level. And whereas expanding our understanding of how disabilities and neurodivergences interrelate, which can improve diagnosis and treatment as a whole. Whereas correcting misconceptions and misinformation about disabilities and diagnosis, which improves diagnostic accuracy and reduces diagnosis gatekeeping for people with all types of disabilities, neurodivergences, and health conditions. Whereas normalizing care for rare disorders, which in turn normalizes care for all mental conditions and disabilities. Whereas this board supports all public and private efforts aimed at habilitation, treatment, or cure of autism, and cure autism, and now therefore, George Maldonado, Mayor of the City of Nogales, Arizona, I do hereby proclaim 2024 as Neurodiversity Month in the City of Nogales, Arizona, and encourage all residents to learn more about autism and what they can do to support individuals on the autism spectrum and their families. We thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, that was item B on presentation. Thank you, Mr. Bejarano.
Mr. Bejarano, Dr. Bejarano, was this the first proclamation in the United States?
I'm being told that it's the first in the nation, so I'm very proud to have been here with you, and we as representatives of the people are very proud to receive this proclamation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great job, Mr. Bejarano and staff at Mariposa Clinic. Thank you. Now we move to item C, Proclamation National Library Week. Proclamation National Library Week, whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passion, no matter where they are on life journeys, whereas libraries have long served as trusted institutions, striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnic, creed, abilities, sex, orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas library adapt to a very ever-changing need to their communities, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the population they serve. Whereas libraries are accessibility and inclusive places that promote and sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. Whereas libraries play a pivotal role in economic development by providing resources and supporting for job seekers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, thus contributing to local prosperity and growth. Whereas libraries make choices that are good for the environment and make sense economically, creating thriving communities for a better tomorrow. Whereas libraries are treasured institutions that preserve our collection, heritage, and knowledge, safeguarding both physical and digital resources for present and future generations. Whereas libraries are essential public good and fundamental institutions in democratic societies working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote a free exchange of information and ideas for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nations to celebrate National Library Week. Therefore, I, Jorge Maldonado, Mayor of the City of Nogales, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 7th through 13th, 2024 as National Library Week. During this week, I encourage all residents to visit their library and celebrate the adventures and opportunities they unlock for us every day. Ready, set, library. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the good one.
Thank you, and congratulate all the staff. That's a little note. Thank you for the birthday cake and card you guys sent me last week. I really appreciate it. Presentation D was notified that they would not be present and canceled, so we move to financial report. Ms. G? Oh, excuse me. Let's go back to, yes, A. Thank you for reminding me, Mallory. Sorry about that, and thank you for the wait.
All right, how does this look for everybody?
A lot better.
Okay.
That's better.
So what I'm gonna do today, I won't talk forever. I'll give you guys a quick economic update so you guys have some reference points to your overall portfolio performance. Then we'll touch on your portfolio performance, and I'm happy to answer any questions. So we'll start with some market numbers. There's a lot on the screen, but I'll draw your eyes to the year-to-date column. This gives you an idea of how all asset classes have performed in recent history. So move your as of the end of February. So move your eyes up and down that year-to-date column and you'll see very strong, I'm sorry, the one-year column, so one more over. And that's 12 months from end of February to most of 2023. So it gives you kind of an idea of what 2023 looked like. Move your eyes up and down, you'll see all asset classes were positive across the board except for commodities down at the very bottom. Your portfolio has benefited from this. I'll just point out a few items. Take a look at the domestic equity space. That's that top area, the 1 year. You'll see very strong returns. This is, while the US stock market did well this last year, they were heavily dominated by tech growth-oriented companies. I'm sure you guys read about them, the Magnificent Seven. That had a very large impact on overall US stock market. And like I said, your portfolio has benefited from that. Take a look at international equity for the 1 year section. You'll see strong returns, not as strong in the domestic equity space. They didn't have exposure to those big US-based tech growth companies, but overall strong performance. You'll see emerging markets lagged a little. The big story there is China had hard time in 2023, continuing to improve their economic development, so their stocks didn't perform as well. The last thing I'll show you on this page before we move on is take a look at the fixed income market, the 1 year returns. The big excitement there is the Federal Reserve has increased interest rates substantially. We're now in a holding period where people are starting to ask, when will the Federal Reserve start to cut interest rates? When will we start to go back to what we've previously gotten used to as normal? Right now, the markets are thinking that there's about a 55% chance that we'll start seeing cuts by June, but it all depends on overall market conditions. I'm going to move over to the next page. The two big pieces that the Federal Reserve and economists overall are watching are inflation and the labor market. So I'm going to touch on them quickly. The first thing that we'll see on this page that your eye will be drawn to is that blue sharp line. This is the energy portion of CPI, or in the inflation market, the inflation rate. So you can see that after COVID, we had that big spike up with the energy market, and it has since moderated. Another area I'd like you to look at is take a look at the red line. This is shelter. So as you can see, it's been moderating over time, but that makes up about 30-35% of the overall inflation bucket when we're reading CPI. So what is happening in the shelter market is really, really important, and it's a lagging indicator, so it's been slower to come down. The most recent inflation number actually came out today. It came out at 3.5%, which was slightly above what the market expected. So inflation is staying a little bit higher than the market likes, but it is overall from the highs that we saw in 2022. The next area is the labor market. I'm sure you guys have read lots about it. On the left, you'll see the unemployment rate. As the Federal Reserve was increasing interest rates starting in 2022, one of the big drivers is that they wanted to slow down the overall economy and they wanted to increase the unemployment rate. Well, that hasn't happened. The labor market has stayed very strong. You can see that we've stayed very low after the peak that we felt during COVID in April of 2020. So 3.9%, the unemployment rate has stayed below 4% for over 25 months now. Take a look to the right, you'll see the labor force participation rate. So this is people who have previously stopped looking for jobs who are now starting to look for jobs again, re-entering the workforce. And as you can see, we've reestablished the trajectory that we faced really in the great financial crisis. So people are starting to come back to work, and it's keeping that unemployment rate quite low. On the next page, I'm going to just show you one chart here. Take a look at your left. You guys may remember during COVID, there was a lot of talk about how there were 2 jobs open for every 1 person looking. This is what that chart is identifying. So take a look at the blue line, that's open jobs, and then that red line are the unemployed people that we're currently looking. As you move to the right, you'll see that that gap is starting to narrow down. The most recent reading is about 1.3 open jobs for every 1 person looking. I'll remind you that at the peak during COVID, it was 2 open jobs. and before COVID, it was 1.2. So we're getting a lot closer to normal. So I talked a little bit about how shelter is such a big piece of overall inflation. I'm going to just show you a couple things here. So taking a look at the top left-hand corner, you'll see the U.S., the mortgage rate looks back up until 2021. You'll see that that's been gradually increasing. So as interest rates rose, the mortgage rates also increased. Contrast that by this center graph on the second level down, existing home sales. So as mortgage rates went up, existing home sales went down. However, if you move your eyes up one, you'll see new home sales have stayed pretty flat. But if you move one to the right, you'll see building permits over that roughly the same time period have come down. So what's the big takeaway on this slide is that while mortgage rates went up, existing home sales came down. People are still trying to buy those new homes, but we're not building as many as we were before. This tells us that it's probably safe to assume that the housing crisis and the shortage of homes that we have in the U.S., that problem hasn't been solved yet, unfortunately. One more page, and then we'll switch over to performance. But this is real quick. Take a look at the end. We're going to compare consumer sentiment, so how people are feeling about the market, and then take a look to your right what people are thinking about prices. So you can see at the very tail end of 2023, 2024, consumers are feeling more positive. Yes, we absolutely saw some big dips throughout the year, but in general, people are feeling more positive. And that correlates directly with their expectations that prices will come down as inflation continues to come down. So this gives you an idea of what overall, if you take apart different macro ideas, the direction that we're leaning from just a general sentiment standpoint. And you can see that for most of these areas, we're feeling slightly more positive. Take a look at economic growth. We're going from neutral to slightly more positive. Everything seems to be leaning more optimistic, more positive, and that's being felt across the markets overall. The one area that is in general not feeling more positive, take a look at the bottom right-hand corner, that's political risks. That has been in that red box for probably 2 years. And this is not going to come as a surprise to anyone, geopolitical tensions have not abated. We've got conflicts with Ukraine, Russia, which has not been resolved. Gaza, Israel have not been resolved. Tensions, the United States and China are continuing to rise. And we, of course, have an election this year. We expect that to add some volatility, but overall, from a big picture standpoint, economic conditions are improving across. I'm going to transition. We can talk a little bit about performance. And so when I was putting this together, I wanted to show you guys two things. I wanted to show you performance as of the end of 2023, so you could see that full year, and then our most recent numbers I could grab for you. So that was as of the end of February. So this first page, and I'm sorry, I'm certain this is very small for you. I'll read out some of the numbers, but this is as of the end of this last year, 2023. So your overall performance, and I'll remind you guys, this portfolio is a 70-30 asset allocation. So 70% of it is in growth-oriented investments, and then 30% are more income producing. So you're more heavily more growth focused. So if we look at 2023 as a whole from a performance standpoint, your overall performance came in at 15.56%. That's very strong. You guys benefited from growth in the domestic equity and international equity space. And even in the last quarter of the year, you had 10%, roughly 10% performance. Now, the last thing I'll show you on this page before we jump forward to more recent time periods is look all the way to the right, still up at that top, since inception. I'll remind you guys that we first started working together in July of 2022. The since inception number as of the end of this last year was 9.33%. I think we can consider that very strong. Now, let's fast forward and see how the beginning part of this year has looked. This is as of the end of February. So if we take a look at the year-to-date column, that's going to be January and February. We still see strong performance, not as exciting with 3.27%, but generally positive. The month of March was also strong for you guys. I've got a balance here that I can update you on. But move your eyes all the way to the very, very far right, and you'll see since inception. So since we started working together in July of 2022, your overall performance as of the end of February is 10.48%. So that's strong. A most recent balance for you guys as of yesterday is $19,177,290. So since February, you've seen continued growth. Now, I let you guys know that overall you have a 70-30 portfolio, so 70% growth and 30% income. Part of our mandate and one of the ways that we add value in our relationship is throughout time based off of prevailing market condition, we can take that 70-30 asset allocation and move it slightly more aggressive or slightly more conservative based off of parameters that are set within your investment policy statement. So no portfolio changes that we will ever make are going to break that investment policy statement. It's actually hard coded. So this page can show you an idea of some of the changes that we made, well, all of the changes that we made from May on to, as of now, up to October. So not a lot of trades this year. Most recently, that is relevant to you guys is we talked about how we had some of that strong growth in the domestic equity market. Well, the domestic equity and international equity side of your portfolio was growing. And so in the last week or so, we pulled that back to get back to your 70-30 target. So these figures here are as of the end of December, and you can see that your actual allocation was slightly above what your target was. We've pulled that back, so we're right back onto your target. I don't foresee any other portfolio changes in the immediate future. We're continuing to watch the markets, and we think that 70-30 allocation is a good fit for you guys. I'm going to pause there and see if you guys have any thoughts, questions, opinions.
Mr. Grayas, Councilman Grayas.
What was our initial investment in this fund?
I don't know the exact answer to that. Gina, are you here? Do you know what it was?
16?
It was just over 16 million.
It's grown quite a few.
It's grown quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Mala. You can continue.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Continue, please.
Okay. That here. It sounded like you were asking to go on mute and that there were no other questions.
No more questions. Are you going to continue, or do you have something else?
No, that's the completion of my prepared remarks.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments? And so the plan is to continue the way we are and keep it at a level of 70-30. And anything else? Can you hear me?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Talk right there, John. Maybe she hears you on the TV.
How about me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
So the plan is to continue your strategy with keeping it at the 70-30, just like we were. And
Yes. I think the 70-30 seems to be a good fit for you guys. We like to reevaluate that on a regular basis. And the last time that was reviewed was in 2022, so we're still within the range. That's probably still accurate. If things change, then we can absolutely reevaluate.
okay, thank you. That's all we got. Thank you. Next item, item B, update on city manager's employment contract as pertain to requirement outlined in said contract, specifically dealing with establishing residence within Nogales city limits. Also, a charter requirement. Also, confirmed that the city manager has enrolled in a master education program as required in said contract. I put this, and to give everybody the assurity, City Manager Bermudez is enrolled in doing his education. I think you're in your third course, Mr. Bermudez, and has also established residency within the city limits. Thank you. Next, we go to item D, update and discussion on Morley Downtown Renewal Project. Mr. Doyle?
Basically, I just wanted to have more of an update on how the project's going. Any progress or just give us a kind of a report.
Okay. Mr. Tapia's gonna.
If you have any questions, well, that's.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Boyle. I do have a presentation. I'd like to put them on the screen. Let me see if I can connect over here. No.
Just for the record, item C was pulled out after agenda was done by Mr. Bonilla. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Tapia.
I had a presentation, Mayor, but I need to put them on the screen first. Sorry, computer.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown. Can you see it? Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mayor and council members, this is an update to the downtown redevelopment. As we discussed it back January. This time I want to give you an update what's happening in the last couple months. So the update is going to be on the Morley Avenue lighting installation project. As you recall, we have some lighting in December before the parade. And also we're working on a bathroom remodel at the park. And review some examples of the conceptual art designs and source of funding and the questions at the end. So the lighting was completed last week. We're waiting for some of the unit source install the poles. Unit source donated 4 poles on the west side of the parking lot, in the NCD parking lot. So they were installed, and we were just missing some cables and some lights. So they were installed last week. So the total cost so far on this project is $1,612.97, just for the purchase of the cables and the lights. Right now, the lights go from the line, from the borderline on Morley, all the way to almost to the corner of Coast Street on Morley Avenue. As you can see, I don't know if you have a chance to go in during the evenings. The lights are there. We still, I'm sure you know, we still need to work a little more on the businesses because they close really early. They're still kind of empty during the nighttime. And these are the location of the poles that were installed by Unisource on the west side, 4 poles. So after they installed the poles, we were able to continue zigzag installing the lights all the way to very close to the corner of on Court Street on Morley. Now the restroom remodel, we have been working on the construction documents for this. As you recall, during the last presentation, I showed you the existing conditions of the bathrooms. So our intent is to remove the existing wall tiles and the bathroom fixtures and be able to remodel those 2 bathrooms. So this is just an example, one of the drawings that we're working on, a little more modern and change the fixtures as well. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Tapia, on those restrooms, are they ADA accessible?
That's why we have to make some changes on the plans because the existing bathrooms were not meeting some of the ADA requirements internally. So we have to adjust the size, and in our proposal, we're moving from the south side of the building is interior to the south side of the bathroom buildings.
You're talking about that little wall that's right outside the restrooms?
Yeah, the interior design, the existing bathroom right now is really hard to get into the existing toilets. So our design is going to change that.
Because the inside's ADA compliant, but I'm talking about the outside. You know, they've got the stairs. There's no accessibility for wheelchairs and.
Yeah, that will be our next step. Just when we design the sidewalks a little wider, because right now the only way to get in is from Park Street, and you have to travel on a wheelchair from Park Street all the way to this side for the bathrooms. You cannot go through the stairs right now unless we modify the stairs. So that's going to be a separate proposal that we will come later because right now it's only to remodel the interior of the bathrooms.
Thank
you. Yeah. Councilmember Montoya?
Yes, along that theme of the ADA at the outside wheelchair. Now it seems like it would be a very steep slope for somebody to try to push a wheelchair up there. But right now, don't they have wheelchair accessibility through the south side?
Yes, on Park Street, but still the sidewalks are not really in good shape. We still need to replace those sidewalks eventually.
Now, wouldn't that probably be less expensive to make it adequate from that angle to come into the park?
Yes.
Could that be something that you would look at instead of, because aside, it's not so much the cost, but the pushing somebody, that the people that don't have motorized wheelchairs or, or don't have a strong person helping them push the wheelchair, that would be kind of a difficult.
Yes.
So could that be taken then in consideration?
Yes, because even the ADA compliance, we cannot put a ramp on the existing location on the stairs because we need to have more longer travel for a wheelchair.
Yeah, it would be a danger for
it's not,
people that are descending.
Unless we do going in and then go around, make it a longer
But the question again is, if you do the south side, if you have an entrance to there that's safe, that would provide the ADA specification?
That will provide the requirement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bonilla?
Good evening, Mr. Tapia. I have a question. All these things are great, but what are your future plans as far as for economic growth on Morley? What are your plans for that? Other than remodeling and, I mean, it looks good and everything, but we need to activate, what are your plans as far as trying to reactivate Morley Avenue?
Yeah, that's correct. That's why I mentioned the lights, but I also mentioned the steel. We don't have a business during the evening. So the next step, as part of the downtown redevelopment, we need to create strategies that I'm going to talk in the later item in the agenda through the general plan. There are strategies there that we can follow and then fund those strategies to be able to help the Morley Avenue corridor. Because right now, the existing businesses are not providing the evening activities, something that will attract more people, or also encourage mixed-use categories like a residential and retail, the same buildings, which is being done in other downtowns throughout the whole U.S. So that's going to be a separate strategy. Through the general plan, it's already established, those policies and strategies, but we are not following it. So my next presentation is going to be on how to follow the general plan to create economic development activities on Morley Avenue.
A question, Mr. Tapia, and so you can sort of educate me and counsel. Let's say someone would want to open a sports bar downtown, in any other buildings, not a building, but any of those buildings. I was told that if we don't have the parking for that business, they're not able to get that permit for that business, or is that true, or how does that work? Can anyone come in and say, I want to build a nice nightclub or a restaurant for the nightlife? Would the parking be an issue?
No, parking is not required on the downtown area. It's an ordinance that was passed. But still, most downtowns and throughout the U.S., that's how they started those challenges, and eventually they create parking structures. But right now in Morley, you can bring it like a sports bar, like you mentioned, and there's parking available close to Morley Avenue. It's just not being used how it's supposed to be used. Right now, along Arroyo and Grand Avenue, there are people parking there, even on Morley Avenue, and they cross the border for entertainment on the other side, because we don't have entertainment in downtown. But we have a parking available. On Morley Avenue, on the Arroyo, on Grand Avenue, even in Nogales Community Development, parking is empty.
I've had complaints by business owners on Grand Avenue because come 7, 8 o'clock at night, there's no parking, and yet all these businesses, which are very few, have nowhere to park. Their customers have nowhere to park. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm asking, what I know a lot of people park their cars and they live in Mexico and they leave their cars parked there overnight. So what are your future plans on addressing that also? Because there's people that are leaving their cars parked there, and our business owners don't end up having parking for their customers as we speak right now. So do you have a game plan for that?
Well, that's part of the strategies that we're going to be working on it. But that's something that we're going to deal eventually through the, right now we're doing also, as you may know, the Nogales Development Standard Code. That's going to be actually dealing with the parking issues and also in downtown area. Because we need to have a special district for downtown to create those kind of mixed use categories to allow that kind of activities in the downtown. And in the parking requirements, we cannot have the standard parking requirement for downtown. And those could be like incentives to bring the business into the area. But it's part of the planning process. And I'm aware of that we need to attack that issue.
Thank you.
Did I move something? So I show you the existing conditions of the bathroom and the proposed floor plan. So we're working on those construction drawings right now. Very quickly. Once we get finalized this bathroom construction drawings, we're gonna get an estimation how much it's gonna cost us based on the items that we're gonna install. So we're gonna get a price for each item and then come up with an estimation before we do the actual bidding for that. We need to get 3 bids for this. So that's gonna be eventually that for the bathroom remodel. The next item is the gateway arc locations. As you recall, we had the Core Street and Morley Avenue location that we discussed before, and also on Morley Avenue and Park Street. This location is a little challenging, but we still have it there, but in the future may move it a little to the west after they remodel the consignment port of entry. So we don't know what's going to happen in that area yet.
If you're going to do it there, you're probably going to have to look at it on the east side of the railroad.
Potentially.
Because who knows what's going to happen on the west side.
Yeah, and that's what we have right now, but it's a little steep coming down. So we have to be a little more creative in designing the arc on that entrance. But for the Morley and Court Street, we have ideas that we can actually do. This is looking, don't put attention to the car because that's going in the wrong direction. But basically, if I'm standing on Court Street, Morley Avenue, I'm gonna be looking south. So the idea is to have an arc in a second panel on the bottom, and then the columns, and on the bottom the footings create some kind of history tiles to reflect what happened in downtown Nogales. Create like images, photos, or something that we can reflect the history of Nogales. So that's a lot of history and art that we can take advantage and be able to project on this. And of course, lighting. Mr. Doyle, you mentioned lighting before for the arc. Yeah, we're gonna put lighting also in here. Right now, these are only conceptual ideas, but we need to do the construction documents later. I don't know if you can see this, but this option has a little more designing the history, shapes of the court or the church or some of the buildings on Morley Avenue or downtown as part of the arc. So those are the ideas that we're playing with it, how we can actually design the arc, but also integrate some history on the structures. This one here on the right side is also similar option, but the second panel will have a little more projected images, metal images on the south side panel of the arc. These are similar. It's just the different will be the footings, the columns, a little more different materials, but the same principle is to create some kind of a history on those footings as part of the structure. This one is a little more simple to the bottom right corner. It's kind of simple, but the other options that we like is the other ones that have more design and be able to project some kind of history on the arcs. The source of fundings, as you know, during discussion that we had before, is to allocate some of the ARPA funds for this location for downtown redevelopment. So now we have the account already, and I use some of the money to pay for the lighting, the cables and the lighting already. The amount that I show you in the first slide is part of those funds already. So for the bathroom remodel, we're also going to use these funds, and also for the arc design and potential the building as well. That's all I have, a quick update of what we're doing. So the next steps is to work on more detail for the bathrooms and create an estimation of the cost, how much it's going to cost us, and also for the ARC. Mr. Mayor, last time you asked me if council needs to select one of the options. The intent it was to take these options first to the committee and then bring it back to you.
That sounds good. On the arts and all that, I think you have a very good communication with the business people downtown, and maybe we could get the older business people that aren't there to bring the history of it. Brackers, Corey's, what else? Who else? What other families?
Yeah.
Jara.
Yeah, Jara. There are members of the committee, Sal, Jara, and also Aran Cody. They're members of the committee. And we talk about it. Sal mentioned to me he knows the businesses. He's going to help us with communication to them. And also Mr. Cody mentioned that the art and the history is very important to integrate it on the as part of the art.
Let's just make sure everybody collaborates and works together, and we get probably, what we think is the best for everybody. Vice Mayor?
This question is for the city manager. Can we start tapping into those funds so we can do some cosmetic work there at the Morley Avenue? We've got some events coming up like the Fiesta de las Flores and other summer events. And, it'd be nice if we could paint that kiosk and maybe on the side of the sidewalks, do something to them. And there's some other repairs that need on the corner of the sidewalk there on the south entrance, because I think it's cracked and it's falling apart. So can we start doing some cosmetic work and maybe some trash cans, some better looking trash cans? So.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So, Mr. Tapia, if you can set up a meeting for sometime this month, maybe we can talk about that.
Yes, Vice Mayor. My intent was to go to the committee first and discuss all these ideas, but I was putting the agendas on it to give you an update. It's intent to go back to the committee.
Councilman Doyle?
Yes, Mr. Tapia, as I look at this and the certain costs that are going to be coming up, starting with the bathrooms and the ARC, have you figured out a budget for the money that's there, how to be used, even for the cosmetic fixtures or upgrades? Do you have a pretty good idea how much you're going to need for that project there?
Yeah, like I mentioned, the bathroom tomorrow, when we finish the details of the items that are going to be installed, we're going to get an estimation how much it's going to be. And then the ARC, we don't have the construction details. I had 3 companies already. They do ARC designs. Once I get the construction documents from the ARC, I'm going to provide those documents to them and then give me an estimation idea.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilwoman Montiel?
Mr. Tapia, on the next meeting, could you please send to us a budget for this whole project? All this time I've been, listening to your presentations and so forth, but I would like a budget, and we're getting to budget sessions soon.
That's correct.
I would like to see a budget.
Yeah.
Lined up by line item and what exactly are you spending?
Yeah, that's the next step for the construction drawings.
Thank you very much.
Continue, Mr. Tapia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to financial. Monthly report, Ms. Jean, item 8, February 2024 financial report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. In front of you, you have the February 24 finance report. Through February, we should see our budget sitting at about 66.67%. If you start with your table A, our general fund, we have an income so far of $21,254,085, which is 80%. We also have an expense of $20,798,529, which is 53%. Also on that, you will see our shared revenue. That is at $7,442,838, which is right on target at 68%. If you move on to Table B, our sales tax collected during February was $1,137,345. That is a deficit of last year on February of $429,526. We are still ahead of the year before by $236,349. When it comes to that report, remember that we don't base it off of like February 1st to February 29th. It's when it hits our checking account. So a lot of times, like especially that's a shorter month, it may not come in till the first part of March. March numbers are already looking very good.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome. If you move on to Table C, that is your general fund expenditures per department. You'll see the ones that are highlighted are still the ones that are high. They're not at the 67.67. They're getting closer. We're still watching them. But overall for the general fund, we've only spent 45.38% of the entire budget. If you move on to Table D, this is our HERF and our overweight. For HERF, we have had an income of $1,781,174, which is 69%. And for overweight fees, we've had an income, a revenue income of $245,963, which is 98%.
Excuse me, Gina, on that one, that means we should be over 100%
Yes.
at the end of the fiscal year.
We will.
Yes, thank you.
Between March and April, those 2 months will take us over.
Yes. We're still expecting, we got the spring season for produce, and we got the grape season, which is always a big push.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And for the expenses for HERF, they're at $3,804,086, which is 89%. And the overweight fees is at $296,523, which is 34%. If you move on to Table E, that is our sewer fund. We have brought in $2,408,376, which is 80%. And we have expended out $1,378,877, which is 57%. If you move on to Table F, it's our water. We have brought in $2,630,447, which is 76%. And expensed out is $3,787,428, which is 63%. And the final table is Table G. That's our sanitation. We have brought in $1,983,422, which is 71%. And we have expended out $1,892,412, which is 51%. Are there any questions on those charts?
Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Gene, out of the all these accounts that were residential accounts that were behind back when we were in the COVID era, it was like 680,000. I remember, or something around that. That was the number, right?
Originally, yes.
Okay, how much of that have we recovered?
When it comes to the water accounts, those have all been recovered. When it comes to the sewer accounts, we're sitting at a little over 300,000. I still produce that report every month for the city manager's office. So they're still tracking where we're at.
So those are the people that don't currently have water with us.
It's
It's just sewer and trash, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
And I have a question. It's not on your report, but just to give a heads up to the rest of the council members, I received a 1099 for travel expenses, which I was trying to figure out how, is that taxable?
No. So when we switched over from our old encode to the new encode, it took everybody who was paid out anything and uncheckmarked that should not receive a 1099. And so when the system printed them all, your guys's were forgotten, like they weren't pulled. So I apologize for that. It's not taxable. It was not submitted to the government.
I was thinking it might be a 1099 miscellaneous, but
Yeah, no, it should not be at all because it is not considered income whatsoever.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because you even called me on that one.
All right, thank you.
And then the final page of that report, Councilwoman Ms. Montiel, she asked us last month if we could show you guys where we stand for our business licenses. So as of February, we had 3,273 active business licenses inside the city of Nogales. That would be brick and mortar, mobile, shuttles, taxis, buses, home businesses, and contractors, and of course our food trucks. We had no cancellation or suspension of any business licenses during February. We increased by 30 new issued licenses from January to February. And we currently, at the end of February, had 45 businesses that were in the process of getting their license.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Councilwoman Montiel.
Jean, I've asked the city manager about having access, the ability to get some information from Encode. And apparently the new system is not jiving. What, can you tell me a little bit about that?
So if it has to do with the business licenses, that's still on our old system. It has not moved over to our new system yet. So we're still working with two systems. So when it comes to the new system, it kind of depends on what's asked. If you can let Mr. Bermudez know, and I can look up whatever you guys need. We're learning more and more every day about this new system.
Okay.
Councilman Montiel, I think the question was that you didn't have access to open books.
Yeah.
Oh, the open books.
No, it's that's another question I want to ask.
Okay.
Encode too. How about open books? I frequently go into it, open books. I like the platform. I get to see what's expenditures are going on, and
Absolutely.
especially when we hire outside firms to do certain things. I like to see the expenditures, and I haven't had access. I think the last time was November of 2023.
Right. And that's when it switched to the new encode. And for some reason, the open books and encode 10 cannot jive on their side. So it has nothing to do with us. Everything is there ready to go. I know encode and open books are working together.
Yeah, that's why I'm
And as
mentioning.
soon as it works, you're going to see a plethora of information.
So when will open books be available?
At this point, I am not sure.
Could be another year.
Oh, I'm hoping
That's what I'm wondering.
sooner.
It's been a while now, a couple
It's been a
months.
while. I'm really hoping sooner than that. I know they've been working on it.
Yeah.
I'll touch base with my contacts tomorrow to see where we are.
Okay. I'll wait for your answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Chief?
Oh, that's it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Gene.
Thank you.
Okay, item 8, B, discussion, direction, possible action, update on City of Nogales Vision 2020 General Plan. Councilman Gradillas.
Yes, Mayor. I requested that this be put on because after reviewing the booklet on the general plan, I think the last approval by the voters was November of 2020, 4 years ago. So I think we're due for an update maybe. I'm not sure if it's every 5 years or 4 years, but I know it's going to cost us money to redo the plan or move forward. So I just want to make sure we get the information we need, especially with budget time coming up shortly, so that we're prepared and it doesn't strike us out of nowhere. So if you just give us an update on that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. I want to give you an update combining the general plan, the existing general plan that we have, and also the strategic plan. I give you a copy of the existing 2018-2023 strategic plan. Some of you may have the old one, the booklet, but I make copies for you as well. The reason I make copies is because this strategic plan was based on the 2010 general plan, not the 2020 general plan. So this is already expired. They were using some of the strategies from the 2010 general plan. Now, our next step is to, based on the 2020 general plan, Vision 2020 to 2030, to create something similar, to do a strategic goals and objectives so we can use in the budget every year. So I'm gonna go through really quickly on that. So I'm gonna just cover the general plan, Vision 2020, which actually covers 10 years, 2020 to 2023. And then the purpose of the general plan and the requirement by state law. The planning process, the general plan guiding principles from the general plan, and the general plan elements that's required by the state law, and also the general plan goals, policies, examples, how we can use those goals and policies to create the actual strategic plan. The implementation phase is also, I'm going to cover that as part of the strategic plan. So you know the general plan is a guiding document used by the city to guide development, investments, infrastructure, and resources. So basically what it is the city master plan that you can use as a guideline every time you go through budget discussions and follow the goals that were established during this general plan and be able to complete, during 10 years, complete those goals and objectives. So yes, but I want to go very quickly on the planning process because it's very critical and important. And some of you may already, during the creation of the general plan, Vision 2020, maybe some of you were involved during this process. Initially, to create a general plan, the consultant and the city collects data about the city, the neighborhoods, what we have, and then create those documentations and put it together, involving the community. For example, workshops, charrettes, and involving the business community, the development community, the Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment, and City Council. Those discussions are actually, then the ideas are put together and then create a formulation, a community vision. So based on the data, based on the discussions through the communities and City Council and the Planning Commission, then you formulate that and create the community's vision. After you create a community vision, then the document is updated. And this is required to do an update every 10 years by state law. Every 10 years, we have to update the general plan. So once the document is approved by City Council and ratified by the voters of the Nogales, then we need to start the implementation plan, which is part of the general plan. How are you going to actually complete those projects that you discussed during the data collection, during the community meetings, during the council discussions, and how are we going to get it done? Year number 1, number 2, number 3, all the way to year number 10. So as part of the general plan, we have a general plan guiding principles. What these are just guidelines that actually the city can do to implement strategies as discussed during the conversations we have with the community. For example, the growth management. How are we going to manage all the residential areas, the new growth, new homes, the commercial development, the industrial development? How are we going to manage that? The land use. How are we going to combine the different land use classifications that was approved by the general plan? Commercial developments, industrial developments, residential developments. How are we going to create that mapping of the whole city? The economic viability, that's very critical because by doing these strategies, then the city is projecting to the future how are we going to bring the economy. If we bring more commercial development, then we increase sales tax. If we bring more residential development, we bring more population. More population means also more revenues, share revenues from the state, because it's based on per capita. Every person in Nogales, we get an estimation about $340 per person. So it's very important for the city to continue growing, so we get more revenues. And the commercial development, they give you the sales tax revenues. So it's very important. These guiding principles is how you allocate that information and how you plan the city for the future. And also transportation, circulation, how you going to do the parking question we had earlier about parking for downtown, for the whole city. The transportations about the Grand Avenue. Right now, Grand Avenue is controlled by ADOT. Other cities, they decide to take it over because they can do more things with the state roads instead of like a Mule Avenue in Tempe. Other cities, they were state roads. Once the city take it over, then you can do more things. The cultural heritage, for example, also, to try to bring more culture to some areas of the city. The housing, very critical to increase the housing, affordable housing for the city, make more apartments, condominiums, all type of housing. Parks and recreation, trails, and open space, those are part of the guiding principles. As you can see, all these are actually established in the general plan. And they're very important because these guiding principles, they are placed on the general plan elements, which is next. The general plan elements, those are the ones you use in the general plan to actually provide information to developers, the architects, any people trying to build in Nogales. And these are the elements that we use to assist any customer that we get in our department, in planning and zoning and building. And we actually use the general plan. Okay, you're looking for residential land. Okay, let's look at the general plan. Is it letting us know that this area, as part of the general plan, we had all this yellow area for future residential. So we told the applicant or the developer, okay, based on the general plan, these areas are classified that you can bring more housing. And based on the densities, then we link the land use classifications with the zoning categories. The land use classification is all residential, but the zoning, which is the implementation of the general plan, then you break that in categories. For townhomes, single-family homes, and apartments, or mixed use, like we talk in downtown. They were kind of mixed use categories. So the plan elements, we use it for information for the customers and also for the policy making. I have a couple examples here too. For example, if I use the economic development element, the goal number 1, for example, on the economic development element, continue to take full advantage of the city of Nogales' strategic location as Arizona's premier port of entry in the U.S.-Mexico border to support a thriving and resilient city, the region, and the state. So that's a goal in the general plan. So the policy under that goal is to continue to support Nogales as an economic stronghold with a thriving binational economy. We had a goal and then we had a policy. So how are we going to implement that? So implementation measures. Continue to work with Nogales, Sonora, Mexico, to support binational economic development efforts. So that's part of a strategy, how to implement goal number 1 under the economic development element in guiding principle. So, and number 2, consider the establishment of a free shuttle to take shoppers crossing the border to downtown and commercial centers. It's another strategy. We're going to put shuttles somehow coordinated with the private sector and Mariposa port of entry, because it's kind of far to come over here, or to the Walmart, or in the Consine port of entry at the exit, put some shuttles to guide him to downtown or to the Mariposa businesses. Right now we have buses, but something that the city can actually push. That's another example and strategy. Number 3, continue to work with the U.S. Customs and the U.S. port of entry to assist in the development of strategies to expedite border crossings. That's an issue, a big issue for Nogales, because as you know, it takes a long time to cross the border, and that affects the businesses, not only in Morley Avenue, but also along the Mariposa Road. So that's an example of how this goal number 1 and the economic development, we used to goal number 1 as a policy already in the general plan, and we have 3 implementation measures, how to get it done. So if we discuss the budget, for example, okay, under goal number 1 is telling us that we have to have consider the establishment of a free shuttle. Okay, how much money I want to put in my budget on fiscal year 25 to get this done. That will be part of your strategies that you create for year number 1 or to year number 5. Right now we're behind because right now it's 2024. The new strategy maybe should be 25 to 2030 because we already had 2024. So that's an example of economic development. Another example of economic development goals and policies. Goal number 10, encourage our districts as tools for economic redevelopment and revitalization. So policy number 1 in this goal, identify opportunities for the support of our districts and our communities and the establishment of new ones as part of the city's economic development strategy. Then you have the strategies. Promote local artists, musicians, and performers, available entrepreneurs, supporting cultural and heritage tourism. As when we do the special events, Cinco de Mayo, the Fiestas Patrias, that's part of this strategy. So when we do Fiestas Patrias or Cinco de Mayo, we're actually bringing people into those events. If it's done in downtown, then those people are coming to downtown. So that's strategy number 1, how to implement goal number 10, economic development, policy number 1. Number 2, identify areas with potential for the formation of an art district. I'm not sure if we have an art district. We have artists. Do we have an art district? We do. So that's, if it's already done, then this check is already done. In the general plan 2020, vision 2020-2030, it was to create a district. If it was done in the last 5 years or last 10 years, then you check that it's already complete. How much money you put in that to create a district? I'm not sure. Number 3, support our programs in the Nogales Library and other public facilities. That's something that could be part of the budget. How is going to get it done? Number four, assess vacant or other underutilized buildings for adaptive reuse that may serve creative uses and spur economic development. We talk about downtown. Those old buildings are vacant buildings right now. But if we, under goal number 10, economic development, policy number 1, strategy number 4, how are we going to get it done? Economic development. Mr. Bonilla mentioned, Councilmember Bonilla, how I'm going to bring businesses into downtown. That's strategy number 4. How are we going to get business into downtown? So the strategy, as part of our budget, okay, I'm going to do a strategy as part of my budget for 25. How are we going to bring businesses there? Do we have the staff? Do we have the resources to get it done? Maybe the answer is yes, maybe the answer is no. So that's part of the strategy. An example, a separate example that I can give you, Parks and Recreation element. Goal number 4 under that element. Develop El Paseo de los Nogales as a multi-use trail that enhances connectivity and walkability in Nogales. As you remember, during the general plan, they have ideas how to improve Grand Avenue along the railroad tracks to make a pedestrian or bicycle paths like that. And we know ADOT controls that, but working with ADOT and also the railroad company, the idea on the general plan, goal number 4, is to actually look for strategies how to get it done. And the policy number 1, develop El Paseo de los Nogales as a multi-use trail along Grand Avenue designed to link the major planning areas of the city, enhance walkability, and include safe pedestrian railroad crossings. We know it's critical how people try to cross the railroads. So this is strategy policy number 1 is how we're going to get it done. That's an example. The implementation measures, number 1, continue to work with ADOT and the Union Pacific Railroad. So these are already discussed during the community discussion, the Planning Commission, the City Council. So these are already there. Now it's a matter of using it. Number 2, real quick, include the creation of the open space, park, and recreation and trails master plan. I'm not sure if it's already done, but the strategy implementation mission number 2 is to, as part of the budget, put some funding there to create a parks and recreation and trail master plan for the community, if it's not there already. So now the implementation plan for 5-year strategies. This is the phase when, during the creation of the 5-year strategy, we actually start picking up the strategies from the general plan and the examples I gave you. Okay, during the year number 1, how many of these can we get it done in 1 year based on the resources that we have? Can be 1, can be 5, we don't know. That's part of the discussion. That's how this strategic plan 2018-2023, it was discussed, not in 1 day, it was discussed with the City Council, the Planning Commission, and members of the community. How many of the general plan strategies and goals can we make in 5 years? And how much money we can allocate to get those done? In which departments of the city, like the fire department, the police department, are going to be responsible, or my department responsible to get those done? If in my case, I want to give you an example in a minute. If in my case, in my department, community development, it's about update the zoning code. It was done 40 years ago. It was here on this strategic plan. City Council gave me the funding, $75,000. to get it done. This should be done by the end of June. So in that case, we are implementing the strategy. It was already decided on during the last strategic plan. Another example, in my department, under this plan, it says to make the business process more efficient for the city is to combine the business license and community development into one single location. We can call it a one-stop shop for better customer services. Right now, we have the businesses over here in City Hall, and we have the inspectors, and the inspections and the building of those business licenses from the required remodels in my department. So we had 2 locations, but the strategy that was done in 2018 was asking to combine those 2 business processes into one location. And now we had discussion with the city manager, finance, and myself to get this done. So by doing that, we're actually implementing one of the strategies that we were calling for 4 years ago. So the intent now, as part of the recommendation to bring the discussion for this meeting is to actually use what we have, not reinvent the wheel. We have the general plan already done. Now get the best in what we can do and then create the general plan. The years that we have in the first 5 years, maybe 25, we have a couple of years left, 25, 24 and 25, 2 years we have left. And then on 26, we start the 26 to 2030, another strategic plan. What we can do for 2 years. During this budget discussion, we can say how many of these strategies we can actually get done in 2 years, in 2 budget years. So that's the intent based on the question Mr. Gadillas did to put this in the agenda. We have the general plan now to create something like that. Something that it was done already in 2018, but now we need to update it. That's what I have. It's very simple, but it's really hard to follow. Many cities don't follow the general plans because sometimes different policies, they go in different directions. But this is not to be in concrete. It can be amended based on resources and city staff as well. But the intent is to create something like that, a strategic plan for 2 years and then for 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Tapia. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Tapia. I appreciate the report that you gave us, and I think we got to move forward, especially since this one's expired last year.
Yeah, that's it.
And I like your idea of finishing off the 2 years and then jumping into the next 5 years. But we got to keep on top of this and keep planning ahead. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Also, just to remind that actually it's required for us to give you an update once a year as part of the general plan. That's my department. So I have to come before you once a year and I give you an update what kind of changes we have done in the general plan. For example, how many new residential units we got, which I have, give you a report. How many commercial buildings, square footage of commercial development or industrial development. I can do the updates once a year.
Okay. Councilwoman Montiel.
Just a very quick question. And so we are getting ready to start formulating our budget soon. So, we got to have a roadmap and we have to have something in place, to make sure we spend our monies using the general plan that Mr. Gradillas put on the agenda. So the City of Nogales strategic plan is outdated. It's 2023. Are you working on it now? Maybe in hopes of it being done by the 27th, 28th of this month?
Was that the direction that we need to have? If Council, maybe Mr.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Hopefully that's a direction from council for to us.
Okay, great.
So we can actually start something like that.
Okay, because you just said you were working on it. Is that what you said you were?
Yeah, well, we have
Okay.
the general plan already done.
Yeah, well, the
Yeah.
general plan's there. I know that, but this here, the strategic plan, this is a little bit more strategically
Exactly,
done.
yes.
Exactly, based on the general plan. I get that, but when is this going to be done?
But that will be maybe,
Okay, all right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Gradias, Councilwoman Montiel, I appreciate your questions. I appreciate you bringing that up. Actually, I had talked to Mr. Tapia because I noticed that the 2020 general plan, I don't think, well, we had COVID, and for 21, 22, part of 23, well, actually. And I noticed that our strategic plan expired on December of 23. So we were working on it when you came up with that agenda item, so I appreciate you, and thank you for your presentation, and we're working diligently to incorporate the downtown revitalization and everything else that's on the general plan to move our community forward. Thank you.
All good? So basically, Mr. Tapia, you'll work with Mr. Bermudez on following up and hopefully getting an updated plan for our budget meetings. Correct? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to jump to item F. I see we have a Sheldon in the audience. And item F, discussion and possible action on support HR ES 786, calling of immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. Councilwoman Montiel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, Mr. Jada, who's in the audience, approached me about putting this on the agenda. And if you can get up, Mr. Jada, if that's okay, Mayor.
Mayor, I'm going to be stepping out on agenda item E and F. If you don't mind, I'll be waiting in the lobby. If you can get me after you're done discussing this or we're voting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Jada.
Good evening, night, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. If it's okay with you, I would like to read from my phone. I prepared a little
Go ahead, sir.
statement that I would like to read. And I would also like to clarify that I'm here on my own personal behalf and not on behalf of anyone else. I want to put your attention to little 6-year-old Hind. Little 6-year-old Hind was in a car with her 15-year-old cousin and other relatives when the Palestinian Red Crescent received reports of gunfire and a phone number of people in distress. And this is happening in the Gaza Strip during the time of war between Israel and Hamas. They called the phone number, and a 15-year-old cousin answers and spoke briefly before the personnel heard the sound of gunshots and screams. The voice then disappeared, and after a few moments, little 6-year-old Hind picks up the phone and pleads for help as all her relatives have been killed in the car that she is now in. She describes an Israeli tank in very close proximity that is shooting at them as she pleads for help. An ambulance was dispatched to her location, which was traced due to the phone call. However, dispatchers lost all communication with this ambulance. In an effort to locate the ambulance on little 6-year-old Hind, about 2 weeks later, the ambulance was found blown into pieces near little 6-year-old Hind's location, and everyone that was inside it was killed. When little 6-year-old Hind was finally found, her body had already been decomposed. This is a 6-year-old girl. This is only one story of 35,000 plus deaths that have been caused by this ongoing genocide, with the majority of the victims being children and women. My little 8-month-old could have been one of those because he's Palestinian. So along with starvation tactics of the 2+ million people that reside in Gaza, the bombing has been indiscriminate towards hospitals, churches, mosques, and places of refuge. This resolution that you will all vote on is just symbolic, but it is a humane thing to do. Other alternatives must be available, and the United States needs to condition any military aid to any foreign government to not be used against innocent civilians, including humanitarian aid workers, as you all recently saw on the news if you follow the news. I urge you to vote for the ceasefire resolution and join the more than 100 cities across the nation that call on the federal government to save other children from enduring what little 6-year-old Hind had to go through. That's all I ask for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Montiel?
And just so for clarification out there and for mayor and council, there is already, and we have an attorney here. I'm sure he's familiar with the House bill. So that's why I put it on the agenda. And in my personal opinion, you know, we need to shut down this war machine against innocent human beings. So I make a motion, or you go ahead, Mayor, if you want to make it.
You guys want to make a motion that we support this ceasefire in, this resolution urging the president to immediately call for and facilitate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel-Palestine territory. The resolution also calls on the president to promptly send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. With that said, so I make that motion. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Grayes, Councilman.
I had an opportunity to speak with Jada, and this is not in any way a religious connotation or attachment or anything. It's just something that needs to be done because of what is actually going on there. It's terrible that we have to live in a world where this still continues to exist, and we need to show that we support everyone in the world with equality and not a war machine. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gradius, for your support.
Any comments? With that said, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jada. And I'm sorry for the delay. Your baby's done wonderful. And your family. Thank you.
It was definitely worth it, and I really appreciate this.
Thank you for your time.
Item C, discussion. Do you want to do the E, Ms. Montiel?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, let's do E. Consideration and possible action to accept the proposal from Santa Cruz County Democratic Party for a rainbow crosswalk in the city of Nogales, Arizona on Morley Avenue. Ms. Councilwoman Montiel.
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. I put this on the agenda. Mary Darling and Francis Glad have reached out documented in an email to the city manager already, and I think Mr. Kissinger's in the thread, requesting that this proposal for Rainbow Crosswalk in the city of Nogales be presented to the council. I have put this on the agenda, and I have Francis Glad here to speak a little bit more in detail about the proposal.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Do you all have the proposal at hand? Have you able to see?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I did do a call to the public earlier. I the crosswalk is, or what we're envisioning is it's at the Morley Avenue, and it goes together with the art district that is forming in downtown Nogales. Not only that, but as I said before, is because of the symbolism and the inclusivity of what we need to show, not just with LGBTQ, but with many other groups of people. Do you have any questions, or is there anything else that I need to explain?
Ms. Montiel, do you have anything to add on this?
No, I read your proposal very thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any comments or?
Is this open for discussion between?
You want to make a motion?
I make a motion to discuss.
Okay, we'll discuss it.
It's not actually a motion.
It's not,
Not a motion.
it's not, yeah.
So like, it
it's-
seems
it's
like we're just going without
Yeah.
discussion.
Mr. Mayor, you can discuss the matter, you can take a motion in a second, and then discuss the matter before vote. Either one is.
So you guys want to discuss it first and then make a motion?
I'd like to discuss it, yes.
Go ahead.
I believe that, Mayor, that we're opening a can of worms as far as starting to paint crosswalks. And it doesn't, it's what it is. Before you know it, we're going to have all kinds of organizations coming before us wanting to paint one crosswalk or another. Crosswalks are more for a factor of safety for the pedestrians and for the people that are driving, not an art distraction, not beautiful colors or little birds or whatever it is you want to paint on there. I think the issue here is public safety.
Anybody else?
Well, I would like, is this the first time you get an opportunity to see the proposal? Because I submitted the proposal to the manager some weeks ago.
Yes, since
Yeah.
It's the first time I've seen.
Yeah, I certainly, I submitted the proposal.
Councilman Montiel, this is the first time I see a proposal in front of me.
Well, I actually submitted it to one of you, the proposal. Yeah, I have
So
an email.
This was submitted, you know,
Proposal was submitted to you.
Mr. Bermudez and I, can you recall me, Mr. Bermudez? I know he pulled out some, you know, comments on from ADOT. Also, you know, we had a similar proposal back then, I know, on Grand Avenue.
I've been in conversation with Miss Mary Darlene since June of 23, and back then they made a proposal to paint the crosswalk at the corner of Arroyo and Elm. We reached out to ADOT, and ADOT doesn't. They think it's a liability, and they do not permit any alteration of a traffic control device. And so that was the end of that. Talking to Ms. Mary Darlene, my suggestion was to bring it up and call to the public. The last time I had conversation with Ms. Darlene was back in September of 23. And so that's where it's at. And so this is the first time I see the proposal in front of me as far as to what the proposal is and where it's at and everything else. So this is the first time I see it in front of me.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
We can also, so that it could be transparent, and we will send this proposal. I have the email here that they got the proposal, but we could table it. That could be one option, to table it. I certainly will put it back on the agenda, or you want to continue your discussion.
If you want to table it,
Can I make, you know, I know with conversation with ADOT, it was suggested, you know, because of the hazard and all that, it was suggested that we might do sidewalks.
Okay.
You know, that's something to think about. You know, do the sidewalks instead of the crossings, because the other point is we're an international city, and obviously, you know, we'll get you know, visitors from other countries and all that, and you know, maybe the color painting around through the street would not be a crosswalk to them.
Okay.
So I know one other comment was to do sidewalks instead of the streets where everybody's used to white lines on the crosswalk.
May I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So the safety was our priority. It has been number one priority the whole time. We looked into it and we found that many cities and towns have them. They are as crosswalks. The way that they focus on that safety is the two white lines that go parallel from one sidewalk to the next. And so that is why we were in the proposal as well. We asked if we could also have the city paint those two white lines as a matter of safety. The other thing that I want to point out is that the expense would be ours, except those two white lines, because it does belong to, like, the city. If you see the picture, it needs to be painted anyway. It already needs to get retouched. But I am, of course, anything that will allow communities to feel welcomed and seen and equal. That is what we're going for. So whether it's a sidewalk, whether it's a crosswalk is okay.
Yeah, I have a question for legal.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so Morley give me your opinion in terms of Morley is not grand. And so does ADOT, what does ADOT say about that? Not the specific rainbow that we're referring to, but in terms of it belonging to the city. What say does ADOT have in terms of safety? I didn't hear this safety issue until tonight. How does the safety get in the way with putting a rainbow, from one, I think it's maybe 20 feet, many feet from one to the other?
What she's describing is basically ADOT Grand Avenue is owned by the state. It's a state road. That's where Mr. Bermudez answered that it was not allowed by ADOT. Morley is a city street, so you're asking what's the difference?
He knows what I'm asking. Yeah, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
As I understand it, the issue would be certainly if it's a right-of-way that's owned by the state, then they can control and say you can or can't do something. If the city owns it, the state won't have authority to tell you no, but if the concern from a legal standpoint, of course, would be if ADOT came in and said, well, we don't have control over it because it's not ours, but we're telling you we think there's a safety issue. And then if we move forward with it, something happens. Of course, somebody comes along and claims, well, hey, you had every warning sign that ADOT even told you not to do this. And so it could be a potential liability issue, but it would not be their decision in that regard. I do think it makes sense probably to at least receive more information from ADOT.
Exactly.
Why?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
And then be able to make an informed decision based on what additional feedback they may provide.
Okay, thank you. And we're making assumptions with ADOT. I'm not privy to that conversation. I don't know if ADOT said it was a safety issue or not. What I want is this is a public request, and there are people out in the community that this proposal is important for them. We might have our own personal opinions about it and our views about it because it is sort of like a political, for me, it's not at all a political issue, but it might be for someone, and it's okay. But City Hall belongs to the people of Nogales, and so I want to make sure that their voices are heard. Their concerns are important to me. So I want to make sure that this is based on the safety of the community. It's based on legal research, and if you could please look into that so that if it is a safety issue, I'm sure Francis and people that are requesting will understand that, which is very important. But if we could just have that point of view from your legal point of view and also ADOT. Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
And also, if we can get some feedback from acting chief of police, because I think it involves his department also. So if we get a collaborative effort and bring something back to us so we can make a better informed decision, I think it's a better way to go.
So with this said, Ms. Montiel, would you like to table it, make sure we come back next month? Okay.
And I'll make sure.
Yes. Okay, with that said, move to table item E8. All in favor? Opposed? Second by Mr. Vice Mayor. All in favor? All right. All opposed? Motion passes to table, Ms. Letty. Okay, item C. Is discussion, possible action, collaboration with Meadow Hills Country Club Foundation. I put this, on the agenda. The Meadow Hills Country Club Foundation is a foundation created by more, not just the Meadow Hills people, but people in the community. This foundation already collected close to $15,000, and they want to invest it in the city. They're obviously around the country club, which is the golf course and all that. They have means and ways to get funds that the city will not have those funds available. Well, not that we won't have them available, that we don't have the ways to go after certain grants and stuff like that. So the foundation asked me to talk to, put it in council and, work with them and see how we could both work together. They will control the funds. They will control, work with us as to what we want in the golf course. Do we want to? We're thinking of putting lights at the range to extend the usage of the range. Put some nets. We're looking at testing the 9 holes at least and seeing what's needed. And they're looking at seeing how they could get sponsors per hole, sponsors for the improvements, and see what needs to be done. So the main thing, I put this agenda is to be able to give them the authorization to go after funds and help out with the renovation of the golf course in general, everything. Does not give them an exclusivity like the one we want to, open the restaurant or something. It will all be in collaboration with the city. Okay, any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, who are the Meadow Hills Country Club Foundation again? I didn't quite.
Danny Arana is the one that basically registered the foundation. There's let's see, there's Giriakis, Memo Valencia, there's Chino Calixto, there's Bugs Bolera, people, different residents and people, Mr. Doe and I met with them once. They're just looking to revamp Meadow Hills, bring it back. As you could tell, we're looking at bringing back Meadow Hills because the Palo Duro was the last entity that ran the course, but they're not. That was not the first name of the country club.
I'm gonna ask Mayor, Mr. Bermudez and Mr. Pierce. If I remember correctly, Ms. Travers, we voted 2 years ago for the building itself on the golf course to be run by Parks and Rec. Am I correct in that? I don't remember exactly the order that we voted on, but it was something to the effect that it would be to serve the community or something. I don't quite remember, so if you guys could look into that, please.
Yes, this is not gonna. They're not gonna. This is not gonna affect them.
Okay.
Miss Travers is aware of what we're trying to do. We're not gonna jump anybody.
Okay.
We're all working together.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Councilman Gradius.
Public-private collaboration is a new way to go for extra funding, and I think it's a great idea. I will move to collaborate with the Meadow Hills Country Club Foundation to move forward.
Second. Do more discussion? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Turn on your mic.
Out of here, but there you go. I also like the idea of the name change. I think the other name that they had is kind of an inappropriate name. I think no, and because it was Meadow Hills. When I was a kid, it was Meadow Hills Country Club, and I believe getting back to that, well, at least for the folks my age and a little older, it brings back fond memories. So I'm glad that we've got good citizens in the lead for this. I know a lot of them personally, and they're high achievers, and whatever they set their minds to, they get done. They don't step back from projects like some others in this community that have done in the past. I'm not going to say any names, but I'm glad that they're involved in that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. You had something, Vice Mayor? Okay, so we had Gradius had it first, I second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Discussion, direction, possible action activating the use of the city manager's evaluation form that was approved on March 23rd, 2023. Mr. Dahl.
Yes, sir. Again, I know that during that time, there was some changes that came by real quick. Our formerly city manager had resigned. We had an acting city manager come in, Mr. Bermudez, which was hard to put that in place. And now that he's the actual city manager, well, it's time to bring that instrument or form of evaluation and apply it to so that we can all work together under those guidelines. It's amazing, the instrument. It's a very good positive instrument that will help the city manager. It'll help us. It'll help directors and staff to be on the same boat, as you could say, or mindset of what we all expect in a positive way for the future of the city of Nogales. And in so doing, we can communicate more with our city manager and be on that same page, and him with us, as far as the expectations the council has and his expectations. And so it's a two-way street where we're going to be working closer together. And I think now that we have a law firm that gives us a real nice, balance of knowing that they'll be looking at the best interest of the city and each one of us, well, I think this is a great base or a diving board where we can really step up and start making those changes that the 5-10-year plans are in place. I think everything will come together. And I think that instrument, I hope if you haven't read it recently, I would ask the rest of the council to just look it over and see how it brings all of us into the picture and helps us, be a difference for the future of Nogales. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else have a comment on it? Councilman Doyle, I agree, getting to inform and get, the working relationship with our city manager is very important. Working, have him hear each one of us and see how each one of us feels and what we want and all that. I think who has read that form in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I saw it last week, but I think let's throw it out there and bring it so everybody reads it, and then we'll discuss it next month and see. Plus we're coming into the budget. I think that's going to be a main concern. Would you be good with that?
Okay, so my question is, do we need to vote to activate that form? Even though it's been approved in the past?
We'll give instructions to get everybody that form, and we'll table it for next month.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
That's good?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You got John?
If possible, can we go to 10D so I can get John?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you, sir.
So I move to table item 8D, Letty. 8D, the one Mr. Doyle was talking about. Okay? Thank you.
We're tabling it actually?
We're going to table it, so we bring it back next month.
Because we have to see
You understand me?
the form. Give a proper opportunity, everybody.
Okay, with direction of
That sounds fine.
city manager to get us everybody the form. Thank you. We're going to move because we have Mr. John Bullock online also. Thank you, Mr. Bullock, for holding on. We're going to go to 10 orders. Item D, consideration and possible action of order 2024-04-012, an order of the mayor and city council of the city of Nogales, Arizona, approving an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, that would transfer ownership, operation, and maintenance responsibility of the 9-mile international outflow interceptor, IOI, to USIBWC.
Second.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Gradius, Councilman Gradius.
My main concern with this is that legal hasn't reviewed it, and I know John, I don't remember his last name, has been working on it under the direction of the former city attorney. I don't know if he's shared anything with the former city attorney, but our current city attorney hasn't had an opportunity to review this. One of the biggest glaring concerns I have is that the city's given up their right to sue for any monetary issues if there's any damages caused on behalf of the federal government, but yet the feds can sue the city. That's item 8 under arbitration. I think that's a big concern, and we got to look at that. And I think we need to give our new city attorney an opportunity to review this. I know that he has, what was his last name?
John Bullock.
Has been working on it for a couple of years now, but he has been working under the direction of the ex-city attorney, and he is not our city attorney. He's just a contract employee. So I have a grave concern of approving something that we haven't really gotten a legal direction on from our city attorney, which we have now. Unless he can preview it really quick and give us his legal opinion.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that, especially if you want to go into executive session. I can discuss the arbitration provision. I was hoping to give you kind of a little bit of background on the agreement, where this came from, why it's designed the way that it is. And then I'm happy to answer any questions you have, including about the arbitration provision that you raised, Mr. Councilman.
Go ahead, Mr. Bullock.
Okay. Good evening. My name is John Bullock, and along with my colleague Maria Brady here, I've represented the city of Nogales in issues relating to the United States IBWC for about 3 or 4 years now. We were originally retained to assist with settling a lawsuit with the Department of Justice relating to wastewater treatment payments that the United States was trying to collect from the city. I've been working on these issues for several years. I just want to give you a little bit of background about this agreement and where it comes from, what it's designed to do. As you know, the city's kind of dealt with issues relating to the International Outfall Interceptor, or the IOI, for many years. The piece of infrastructure is basically a 9-mile pipe that carries wastewater from both the city of Nogales, Arizona, and the city of Nogales, Mexico, to the Nogales International Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is about 11 miles north of the border. And, you know, a lot of those issues came from that piece of infrastructure not being properly maintained. And for many years, even though the federal government takes advantage of this pipeline and uses it to convey Mexican wastewater to the treatment plant to satisfy its treaty obligations with Mexico, it had taken the position that it didn't have any responsibility. The federal government did not have any responsibility for this 9-mile piece of pipeline. And so earlier this year, Senators Sinema and Kelly, along with Representative Grijalva, sponsored a bill called the Nogales Wastewater Improvement Act, which clarified that USIBWC does have the responsibility to operate and maintain the IOI for its entire length. And in addition, the bill provides annual funding for USIBWC to do this maintenance. I think it's a huge boon for the city and for the larger community. They're going to get $6.5 million initially, and then $2.5 million for every year thereafter. And there's also $8 million in the bill to construct a debris screen, which will help with, you know, there have been issues with drug bundles and stuff like that coming across the border. It'll help with those sorts of issues. So, you know, you may be wondering, why do we have to enter into this agreement? Well, under the Nogales Wastewater Improvement Act, the city and USIBWC basically have to reach agreement on 3 things. One, the city has to transfer its remaining interest in the IOI to IBWC so that it can properly operate and maintain the pipeline. And so that's one of the things that this agreement does. In addition, you know, the parties have to reach an agreement on the Nogales controlled flows that enter the IOI. And under the agreement, Nogales retains its 4.84 MGD capacity to convey that amount of wastewater to the treatment plant, which it has as a property right before the existence of this agreement. And then third and finally, the parties, as part of this act, need to reach an agreement on who's going to be responsible for what. And so I would say most of the responsibilities here are going to fall on IBWC. Here, the city has basically just agreed to be a good partner with USIBWC and help with things like putting up traffic cones if there's an emergency, or assisting with some types of vegetation management. And so that's kind of just the scope of that portion of the agreement. And then finally, just so you're aware, my understanding is that Congress is waiting to appropriate the money to this bill until after the city council approves the agreement, because it doesn't want to fund a bill if these agreements have not been reached. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the agreement. It sounds like some of the council members may have questions about the arbitration provision.
Councilman Doyle?
Yes, what comes to mind on the 4 gallon flow of gallons daily, is that include the Rio Rico connection also?
It does, and so the agreement actually basically grandfathers in the city's arrangement with Rio Rico and allows the city to continue to have that contract and provide wastewater services for Rio Rico.
So the second part of that question is, what is the total flow that we have right now, including Rio Rico?
My understanding is that it's somewhere around 2.1 to 2.2 MGD on like the heavier side. So, you know, I think we have plenty of capacity to grow in the city, and that's based on my discussions with some of the technical folks at ADQ and also some of the folks in the city.
Yes, the only thing now that I look at is Rio Rico. Would they grow with new lateral lines coming into the IOI, or would the city? What would the city have to say? The other question that concerns me, I believe Rio Rico pays a certain fee to the city for having the lateral line connection to the IOI.
Yes. So I'll try to take your question in a few parts. So you asked whether Rio Rico could, you know, make new laterals to the IOI to convey additional wastewater if they continue to grow. And so there are provisions in here for the city to seek approval from IBWC to convey any wastewater that's under the city control or that falls within that Rio Rico provision. And so that's one piece of it. I guess your other question is, I'm sorry, I think I lost this.
Well, okay, the other question is like I believe Rio Rico pays the city right now, and once this agreement reaches, will the city still be able to collect from Rio Rico for the maintenance of their line?
Yes, so you'll see here, and this agreement, I should say, was the product of probably 12 to 15 sessions of negotiations with the US IBWC. And so there are a lot of provisions in here, but because of historical reasons, they didn't want the city to be issuing fines against them. And so there's this provision in here about not having to charge for additional capacity. But if you look, and this is on page 5 of the agreement under section 6B3(2). And if you look at that paragraph, it says the city currently charges and collects fees from Liberty Utilities for Rio Rico wastewater that is generated and conveyed outside city limits. And then it says this is not considered a sale, conveyance, sublease, or assignment or rent under the agreement, which if you read the earlier part means that this is permissible under the agreement. That is, the city can continue to charge those fees to Rio Rico.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that. So we're pretty, so the other thing was that the city can dictate in the future if Rio Rico wants to make more connections or bring a greater water flow to the IOI.
Yes, and so there's a process for new laterals that are being connected to the IOI, and that is outlined on page 4 under section 5B. And basically, the city just has to apply for it, and it will pay a small fee for basically the IBWC's processing of that application, and then the new lateral can be constructed.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Of course.
Councilman Bonillas.
What provisions in the contract here protect the city? Let's say IBWC goes in there and they do some work and it affects the residents. They do damage on some of these residents. Can we turn around? Are we protected? Can we turn around and sue IBWC, or is that how does that work?
Yeah. So part of this agreement, and this was negotiated more than a year ago, and when Mr. Machado was also still city attorney, if that makes any difference to you. But in the actual legislation, IBWC is immune from tort liability for those kinds of damages. And so this is, and I think from the city. And so I think there may be other causes of action there, and that's not really what this agreement is about. This agreement is about those three things that I outlined earlier, which is the transfer of ownership, the city's flows, and dividing up the operations and maintenance. There is a dispute resolution provision in this agreement, and that's if basically there's a disagreement between Nogales and IBWC about, for example, whether they should be allowed to connect a new lateral, or whether the city is operating, or whether IBWC is correctly operating the agreement. And if there's a dispute, then the parties will arbitrate that dispute. And if the parties refuse to arbitrate, then I think they can file a lawsuit in federal court. So that's the last line there in the arbitration provision. It says the parties agree that if one party refuses to participate in arbitration, an action in federal court may be brought for injunctive or declaratory relief. And that would basically just be to force IBWC to conform to the terms of the agreement.
It's just, I think I echo Councilman Gardiaz that the concern is on the wording, the range of outcomes that can be awarded by the arbitration are limited to declaratory relief, specific performance or actions to be undertaken by a party, and may not include monetary damages nor include attorney fees. And I think Mr. Pierce, if you get a chance to review exactly what that means, because we're not lawyers, or so.
Yeah, I've been looking at it while we've been talking about it, and as I understand it, and this could be a question for John as well, it sounds like the enabling legislation here is really going to control in terms of those types of damages. And so my question really would be is does that provision cause you any heartburn that we wouldn't be able to go after monetary damages or attorney's fees in an action under here? Or as I'm seeing it, it almost seems like there probably aren't many causes of action that would be permissible under the law. And if I'm right about that, then I don't have heartburn about it either, because it's nothing we can control. If it's the enabling legislation, then this would really be the only thing we could do anyway, is seek declaratory or injunctive relief. And so, okay, John, can you clarify if I'm right about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mr. Cruz. That's exactly what's going on here. And I think too, the government in our negotiations with them, were raising concerns about Anti-Deficiency Act and other things, including the enabling legislation. And so this is really a narrow agreement about how the parties are going to operate together on the IOI. And so if, IBWC is out to lunch and they're not doing the things that they're supposed to be doing under this agreement, we can file an arbitration action and compel them to do the things that they're supposed to do under the agreement.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilmember, to that point too, I think one of the concerns was the arbitration provision, or maybe not, and being bound by that. But it does look like if one party says, I don't want arbitration, I want to go to federal court, we can do that.
That's exactly right. Yes.
So I don't have concerns about paragraph 8, the arbitration provision on this. Most of the rest of it seems fairly technical. John, has IBWC, have they agreed on their end? I know that, do they still have to go through a process?
Yeah, no, that's right. They have agreed on their end. And I think if they haven't signed already, they will sign shortly after the city approves the agreement. But we reached agreement on this about two and a half weeks ago at a meeting with them to the principal terms.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
For what it's worth, I have had a chance to look at this as we've been sitting here, and listening to the discussion, and John and Osborne Maladon's a terrific firm. They do terrific work. They have particular expertise in these areas. So I'm comfortable with the agreement as it's laid out. I don't think there's anything here that would cause me concern about liability to the city. I mean, there's always, somebody can always bring something, but I feel like this looks like a pretty tight intergovernmental agreement in my view.
Councilman Doyle.
Yes, I just want to clarify something along the line of the IOI, not the laterals, because apparently we take responsibility for within the city for those laterals, and we would probably be also in the Rio Rico area. But what I'm more concerned with is acts of God, flooding, some big boulder rolls, and an exposed part of the IOI. Who's responsible to making sure that the line is covered, that it won't get crushed with something that the floods bring? But if there is a break on the IOI, on the main line, is that our worry or is that their worry?
Yes, I mean, it's a really important question. So, I mean, that's exactly what you're describing is exactly the type of situation that this agreement is and this legislation is designed to fix, right? And so for many years, that kind of thing would happen. And the city would have to foot the bill, or we would be pointing fingers at each other with USWC as to who's responsible for it. But under this agreement and the legislation, that's IBWC's job now. It is their pipeline, and they're responsible for maintaining it.
I was hoping you'd say that because they're the ones that are getting the funds. Thank you.
And Councilmember Doyle, I had the exact same impression of that was the purpose of the agreement. So
makes sense.
I think
Thank you.
We're in agreement there.
Just wanted to clarify.
It's a really good question.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? John, any other comments?
Nothing further from me.
Okay, well, I think all this will be a benefit for the city and long awaited. So I call for the question, or actually, all in favor?
Second, you need a second?
We already did make the motion.
You need a second?
That's right, you did.
We had a motion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you had the motion, but you get a second.
Yeah,
Oh.
Ms. Lopez and Mr. Rodriguez. It was first and second.
Good.
We're on. All right, all in favor? Aye. All against? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John and Sergeant. Thank you for waiting for us.
Oh, no, it's okay. I hope you all have a good rest of your night. Thank you.
Now we move to number 9, liquor license. Consideration and possible action of liquor license 2024-4, approval and recommendation of insurance of a special event liquor license application for Ms. Maria Luisa Vasquez for Cultura Arts Committee for a fundraiser on May 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
The event is gonna be May the 4th. There was a mistake.
Okay.
The 3rd, and it's the 4th. Thank you.
So we'll do the clarification on the motion to change it to May 4th. May 4th. With that said, do I have a motion with a new date? Approved? So move. Second. Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Number 2, consideration and possible action of liquor license 2024-5, approval of recommendation of a insurance of a special event liquor license application for Mr. Angeles Suarez of City of Nogales, 4th of July celebration for a fundraiser July 4th, 2024. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Number 10, orders. Consideration and possible action of Order 2024-04-009, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, accepting the proposal from Innova Engineering LLC for the Crawford Street water storage tank rehabilitation in the amount of $641,000. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Councilman Bonillas.
Mr. Bermudez, based on our, when we approve these type of projects, has it gone up so much? I mean, I think on average we paid like 230,000 or something like that, and now we're paying 641,000. Is that how much it's gone up?
My understanding, but I'll defer the question to Mr. Bárcenas.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, yes, you're right. The last tank that we did was about 350,000. Was 1 million gallon tank. This is a 2 million gallon tank, and that's the difference. And the location and the kind of work that they need to do. That's why it's so expensive.
Go ahead, Mr. Doe.
Yes, while you're there, Mr. Bárcenas, now, are we talking about 2 tanks or 1 tank?
1 tank.
Then why is one in Royal Road and the other one in Crawford?
Well, Royal Road we did this year. The Crawford tank was done last year. Well,
so why would you put it? Why would you put it in here? Why would you put it under Royal Road?
I don't know. I have the order here. It said
Crawford tank.
No, it says Royal Road.
No. Crawford, Mr. Doe.
No, on page 60, 10A, order number 2024-04-009, staff summary, subject, accepting the proposal from Innova Engineering LLC for the Royal Road water storage tank rehabilitation.
Yes, what's the typo, Mr. Doe? I'm sorry.
Oh, well, somebody should have let us know.
Good catch, Mr. Doe.
Yeah, it's Crawford tank. And you read
okay.
No. Mr. Doe, thank you for bringing it up. So
now, I go back to Innova now that we know what tank we're talking about. They seem to be the lowest bidder, but looking at their proposal, they're the ones that are doing less work for the tank. In other words, they're not sandblasting the inside, the interior.
Oh, yes.
It doesn't show here anywhere where they're doing that. Whereas the others placed the
cleaning
proposal.
and preparation.
The cleaning preparation, but what does that entail? I mean, doesn't that give them a lot of leeway to do whatever they want as far as cleaning goes? I mean, what are the specifics on that project?
we have standards that they set up by ADQ, what kind of work do we need to do in all the tanks. And we hire an inspector, outside inspector, to make sure that all the procedures get followed, the kind of paint, the kind of blasting, all the process that needs to be followed in every tank.
So why do they write on their bid or their proposal where you have other companies that put mobilization, sandblasting, inside coating, outside coating, and then you even have another one from Tucson, and the two that put the sandblasting were pretty close to price, kind of high, and it gives in detail what they're going to do. Below, please find price to sandblast and coat for above mentioned project. Scope of work will consist of coating all interior steel surfaces inside 2 million gallon water storage tank. They're even going to have a 12,000 CFM dust collector will be installed to contain and collect dust created during sandblasting operations. Additionally, a Hurricane 755 225 horsepower diesel vacuum will be utilized to collect all spent abrasive. A confined space program will be implanted while working in tank, and the air will be continually monitored throughout the project. AO will erect 3 rolling scaffold towers to allow for access to elevated surface. Digital daily reports will be completed and submitted at the end of shift, which will include photographic documentation along with environmental conditions, hold points, testing, and general progression of work. And then it even gives you more details the kind of equipment they're using and the work they're going to be doing. And we're talking about a 2 million gallon tank that's going to feed the citizens of this community with their daily water needs. And I want to know the difference between what Innova is going to do compared to this company, because I'm not going to sit here and let some company do whatever they want and put in jeopardy our citizens on their drinking water.
No, sir, and I wouldn't do that too.
Well, then why don't they say exactly what they're going to do?
Well, they're supposed to follow procedure and the standards that they are set by the state. Some proposals, they describe the whole thing, and some proposals just say, we're going to follow the state procedures as.
So you're saying the state procedures aren't as strict as what this company does?
They are. The proposals sometimes don't describe exactly that they're going to put a scaffolding.
And they're going to assure us that they will be doing the same thing that this company is putting out that they're going to be doing.
Because we have used them before in 2 different tanks, and they have done the work, and we have an inspector, independent inspector, to come and inspect and check that everything was done properly.
Who's the independent inspector? Where do you get it?
It's a company that we hire from Phoenix.
Okay.
They come, they are dedicated to do that. They're independent.
So when they're working on, some of the councilmen can go and take a look.
Sure.
And check with them and ask them questions. And because we're talking about the welfare and the health of our citizens and the children. God, we don't need that later on people are having some kind of pregnancy issues or develop children. We have to think about that.
I understand.
And that's the reason that I'm asking this. And I'll be hard-lined about it because, when it comes to public welfare, we're the ones that need to be in check with everything that goes on.
I understand. And
so thank you very much. I just wanted to check on that.
Yeah.
And I will be looking into this.
Yeah, Mr. Mr. President, you can ask Innova for more detailed
they can describe the whole process.
On the process and all that. That way, Mr. Doe has it, and I understand, that they will go through the procedures of ADQ and all the qualifications and litigation and that's needed.
Yes, Mayor. And I don't want to see any jackups because all of a sudden they forgot to include something that's not in the bid where the price is going to go up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Bonillas.
Mr. Barcenas, have we ever had any issues as far as our drinking water?
No.
Have we ever had any issues with Innova?
For the
water?
this kind of water?
Yeah, no, right?
No.
And ADEQ is very strict guidelines, am I correct?
They don't go just after them, they go after us.
Of course.
If we don't comply with that, we are required to sample and do all the required procedures that the ADQ, and not only ADQ, ADQ is the enforcement agency for EPA, that's the federal government that controls all the drinking water.
Also, Mr. Barcenas, maybe Councilman Doyle is not familiar how the water department or how many times is the water do we send samples a week?
We sample 38 places every month, and we submit those to the lab, certified by the state, and the results get submitted directly to ADQ. And if there is an issue, we get notified, and any issue that gets raised during this sampling, we're supposed to notify, and we do that to every single customer in the city. We put that in the bills, and the water bills, and we put that in our webpage, and we're supposed to send that to the state for review and approval, that we notify everybody of any issues that we may have. And most of the issues that we got is taking the samples. The samples are so sensitive that sometimes if the person taking the sample breathes on the water bottle that they're collecting, that sample gets contaminated. They are really sensitive. In addition to those samples, we take quarterly and every 6 months, every year, and every 3 years for different kind of minerals and metals, contaminants in general. And those are the same standard that we follow that any big city has to follow.
Mr. Burson has another question also. Is there a type of ranking in the state? Where is Nogales ranked in quality of water? Would you have that from the top of your head?
I'm not aware that there's a ranking on quality, but I believe in my previous experience and with the Department of Water Resources, the water quality of Nogales is a lot better than the water quality of the Phoenix, for instance. You can see it when you take a shower in Phoenix. You drink the water in Phoenix.
Water is slimy.
Getting out of the subject, but Mr. Gradias, go ahead.
Question for Mr. Pierce. The city charter requires that the city attorney approve any agreement as to form, and the next 3 items are agreements or contracts. If you just review them quickly and advise us as to whether they are approved as to form.
In fact, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mike.
Worst case scenario, if you're going to approve them, and I'll look at them afterwards. And if there is some sort of form problem with them, we could correct it at the next meeting if there was a tweak that just needed to be made for form purposes. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Doyle.
Another question for Mr. Barcenas.
Considering the water tank?
I want to know about the infrastructure that's going on Western and
Mr. Doyle, that is not on the pertaining to water tank.
it's okay, but it's still water we're talking about. Well, we can ask the attorney if I'm out of line.
It's not the water tank, Mr. Doyle.
Okay, I'll leave it out then. It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Barcenas.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. With that said, I need to rephrase the motion and make sure that the correction on the, and thank you, Mr. Doyle, for catching it, on the writing on the back of 10A, on the summary, make a motion to, to correct the staff summary from changing it from Royal Road to Crawford.
Second.
That good, Mr. Pierce? Okay, I got a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. First motion of when it said Royal Road would be a no or canceled. Correct, Mr. Pierce? There was a first motion, but I did a new motion on changing it.
It's a scrivener's error.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, sir. B, orders. B, consideration possible action of order 2024 Monday? Yes, with the correction of the summary. Yes, with the correction of the summary. Yes, ma'am. 7-0. Thank you, Letty. B, consideration possible action of order 2024-04-010, an order of the City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving the agreement from Weatherproofing Technologies, Inc. for the restoration of the Primera Alta Historical Society Museum in the amount of $216,000.
Second.
Any comments? Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. C, consideration possible action of order 2024-04-011, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, accepting a grant from the Nogales Department of Public Safety through local border support funds from 6 Nogales Police Department Criminal Investigation Division vehicles with necessary radios and vehicle equipment in the amount of $579,120. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. And just for everybody's knowledge, we did D. Item, I move to table item E and F at the request of the city managers. All in favor? All right. Those items will be tabled, Ms. Letty. Okay, number 11, Mayor's and Council report on current events. Mr. Bonillas. Mr. Doyle.
Well, I attended the Easter egg hunt that Councilwoman Montiel put out, and I was amazed at how many children came out, and everybody was having a great time. I hope it's an annual thing. We need more events like that, and I just want to thank everybody involved in that project. They all did a great job, and everybody that was there had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lopez.
Yeah, I'm working towards the benefit concert that's going to be the 18th and the 19th.
Mike's.
Oops.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm working towards the benefit concert event that is going to happen the 18th and 19th at the Whitney Museum. All the funds will be going for scholarships for students in the community. And we're almost done with the Fiestas de Mayo event. We're almost done. That's all.
Councilman Gracias.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Montiel. Vice Mayor. Okay, I'll make it quick. Attended Feria de Consultorios para Ciudadanos Estadounidenses at the Mexican Council, which actually was at the Centro Comunitario. I had a great experience with people getting knowledge of how to get their citizenships. I was at the League of Cities in Washington. Also brought good feedback on, finally got contact with the railroad, which was very good. And Mr. Gradius and Mr. Doyle joined me on that one. In March 18, I greeted Congressman Ruben Gallegos. March 20th, met with Council Ward and discussed on supporting the citizens of Mexico on getting support on working permits and all that, passports, the visas, excuse me. On March 21st, I was at the U of A was in Nogales and staff, and we talked about again the mining, the technology, and all that. On March 22nd, we had a meeting here. Ms. Melendez and Mr. Gradius and Mr. Bonillas were in the meeting. I think we're waiting, decision on what they're going to do with the IROC, whether they're going to put it in Nogales or outside Nogales in Rio Rico. But it was just a discussion, no action. Met with Mr. Arana and Mr. Molera on the 25th, talking about the Meadow Hills and how we where our vision is and how to improve it. I'll try to get them to make a presentation next meeting to make sure we're all on the same page. Then on the 27th, I met with, that's when we closed out the deal and with IBWC with Ms. Geiner. I think that was a extremely great meeting, and thank Mr. Bullock for all their support. And it was John and Mr. Bermudez was with me in that meeting. And on the 28th, I was at the International State of State with the governors, consulates in Phoenix, and that was all my doing. And Little League started last weekend, Saturday, or 470 kids, and still people wants to come out. Unfortunately, some divisions are full, but I did the Little League on Saturday, and then I went to the retired people, the veterans, on Sunday. Did Little League on Saturday, but it's great having all. Went from 8th Street through 875.
Mayor, you forgot to mention our city manager was a catcher and I was his umpire.
Oh, true. Ms. Bermudez threw the first pitch. I had Mr. Yeager Bermudez was the catcher, and Mr. Doyle was the umpire. Great job. Thank you. Any future agenda items? Go ahead, Councilman Gradius.
I'm not sure if this would be a future agenda item or just direction, but I have a request from the Boys and Girls Club. After we installed the units, the heating and cooling units, somebody cut the water line, so it's rigged right now that go to the gym, so their air conditioning is not working, and I don't know if we can have it looked at. They're also asking for maintenance on those units, so I don't know if we need to put on the agenda or just direction on that.
I'll look into it tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Doyle?
Yes, for future agenda items, I'd like to make sure we place all the crosswalks of the city of Nogales to be repainted, especially not all, but the ones that need to get a touch-up. We need to make sure that that's part of the safety issue also, that some are faded away, and we need to bring that barrier again for protection for the people, the pedestrians, and the drivers. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Bonillas.
I don't know if we're going to do this as a future agenda item, Mr. Ruiz, but if you can please talk to Unisource. There's a lot of lights that are out, and we've been putting in report after report. And so if you can please have Unisource give us some type of a update or something, because there's a lot of lights that are out. And from my understanding is that even if they're out, we keep paying.
Okay, thank you. I know I reported Grand Avenue all the way from Bafford to up to Reed. That was this week. Okay, any other items? All right, I move to adjourn this meeting. Yes, sir.
Really quick, if we can have a meeting sometime this month, I need direction from council as far as to your wishes on how to proceed with the Middle Hills Country Club building. We have various restaurateurs that are interested in opening that building. However, I can't commit to anything without your direction. So that's one of the things that I need to proceed.
I think we're gonna, for future items, I think, it's a late meeting. I think we gotta look at special meetings to do just discussion or presentations and stuff like that. And study sessions. I think do study sessions. We'll come out with a date. Hopefully everybody could agree on the same date. And we'll do a study session, Mr. Bermudez, and then go forward and put items like that. So we, basically just discuss what we need to do and what's got to be done. Agreed? All right. So with all said, I move to adjourn this meeting. All in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.